come on, Nico. Okay, here we go. Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter. I'm joined this morning by Juan Sanchez. He will be our legal expert today. We are starting day 9 of full trial testimony of the trial of former Uvalde school police officer Adrian Gonzales. He is charged with 29 counts of endangering a child, 19 of those for the children who died and 10 of those for the children who survived. And this trial has, gone on quite some time. But now let's take a listen to Amanda Henderson, who is summing up where we stand right now.
Yes, we are back outside of the Nueces County Courthouse this morning as we prepare for the start of week 3 in the Adrian Gonzales trial. There has been so much that has happened in the first 2 weeks, so we put together a picture for you of what's happened so far. Jurors in the trial for former Uvalde CISD officer Adrian Gonzales getting their most detailed look yet at the day's timeline.
Were you able to take the sound from Robb Elementary Channel 2 in the hallway and Channel 4 outside the hallway and accurately portray when those shots were fired?
Yes.
Former Texas Ranger Nick Hill helped visually recreate what is believed to have taken place from before, during, and after Gonzales arrived at Robb Elementary. It shows Gonzales not moving toward the gunman until other officers arrived. Gonzales' legal team questioning the actions of those officers and arguing the recreation doesn't take into account critical actions.
There's a 2 to 7 minute period where Adrian is dealing with gunfire, because he can hear it too. We're going to talk about that 14 seconds later. And he's dealing with a frantic individual in front of him.
Nearly 40 people have been called by the state to the stand during the last 2 weeks, including law enforcement officials, parents of classroom 112 survivors, and teachers who survived being shot.
After I fell to the ground, he came around and he shot the kids.
My whole body was starting to shake, and I kept praying, God, please don't let me die in front of my children.
One testimony did get thrown out after the defense argued that the witness's words were new to them, impacting trial preparation. The judge reassured the witness when it happened.
You did absolutely nothing wrong. It is not on you. Nothing about this is on you. We appreciate your bravery that day, and we appreciate your testimony and being brave enough to come in here.
The hours of testimony will help the jury to decide if Gonzales is or isn't guilty of his 29 criminal charges. Court is set to get underway this morning a little early after being off yesterday for the federal holiday. We expect people to be taking the stand as early as 8:30 this morning. In Nueces County, I'm Amanda Henderson.
Well, Juan, we are now starting early because this judge is determined to get to get this trial moving. He's supposed to start at 8:30 and then go to 5:30. What do you think about just where we stand right now?
Again, thank you for having me this morning. You got me out of bed early, but here I am.
Okay.
Good for the judge for starting earlier. I'm sure it's typical with these type of cases when they start going long, the judges become frustrated because they want to move things along, and I think they can tell sometimes the jurors are starting to get a little tired and they don't want to impose more of their time on them, and so judges they start earlier and they end later in order to get the trial done and get the jurors back to their homes. But based on what I've seen so far, I mean, it's a very interesting case. Just the charge itself I think is interesting because you're charging somebody with a crime of omission, which is always difficult for the government to prove. Usually they charge a defendant with doing something harmful to another person, where here they're arguing to the jury, well, he didn't hurt them, but he failed to act. And of course, those are much harder cases for the state. And just based on the witness I've seen so far, I think it's an uphill battle for the government to gain a conviction.
Yeah, it's been obviously it's been a very emotional trial, difficult to watch at points. There's things being shown in the courtroom that we've not seen, thankfully. Autopsy photos, pictures of the children's wounds. They also played surveillance video. We couldn't see it, but we could hear it, and you could hear all these gunshots going off. So you can, the emotion obviously is, palpable about what we've had happen here. But I think that the question is, can you hold, it's almost like they're trying to hold Adrian Gonzales accountable for the entire, I understand that he's being held accountable for this brief period of time, but it's like he doesn't know all of this stuff when he arrives, right?
Exactly. So yeah, I think the push of the prosecution is to get the jurors emotional by showing these horrific pictures. I'm sure they have a big screen that they put them up on and make it even bigger. And it's almost like they can't hold the shooter accountable, the person who caused all this devastation. So let's hold somebody accountable for what happened. I mean, that's kind of what I see. And I think they're counting on the jurors to base their decision on emotion, even though it's a technical trial. As far as, he didn't, they're saying that he didn't follow his training in order to put save those children or help them. But I think they're counting on the emotion to overcome maybe some of the inadequacies of their case.
What's the likelihood of that in your experience?
I mean, I've been doing this for about 30 years now, and it just depends who you have on the jury, really. The jury selection, which I don't think we got to see, is the biggest factor, I think, who you got on there. I don't know what kind of backgrounds these jurors have. I don't know how connected they are to maybe some of the witnesses, which you wouldn't be on the jury if you're connected somehow, but I mean, they live in the community. I mean, they're the ones that suffer.
Well, this is in Corpus.
I'm sorry. But they saw a lot of it on the news. I don't know what kind of background they have, what they've seen in their lives. There's some people that might think in their mind, well, anything that happens to a child, I'm going to do everything to protect them, and I want to hold somebody accountable, and he might be the one that they take it out on. I mean, who knows? I think this trial comes down to who's really on the jury, because if you're more emotional, then you're more, if you make decisions based on emotion, I think you're more apt to convict. But if you're technical and see maybe that the training was followed to some extent, then you may acquit. Also, I think the push from the defense is going to be to put yourself in the defendant's shoes and say, how would you have acted? I mean, you saw how these other law enforcement officials acted when they showed up. They didn't act almost any different than the one that's on trial. And if you were sitting in his shoes, what would you have done?
Right.
I think, when you're faced with some firepower that's greater than you have, would you have gone in there and put yourself in danger?
Well, and the difficulty here is, well, and let me also, let me kind of run through some of the things that Nick Harold testified to on Friday. The shooter fires 173 shots, 4 at the crash, 60 in room 111, which in room 111 there are 11 children. All 11 children die in that classroom. The teacher does survive. He's shot in the hand and in the back. 56 are shot in room 112. And there are 27 shots fired in the hallway, so just a tremendous amount of firepower. There are 35 shots fired by law enforcement, 27 in room 111, 7 in the hallway, and there's one other that they don't really say where. And that presumably is going to be primarily during when they're making entry into that classroom. And there's none of the shots are fired outside. Adrian Gonzales, he is an officer assigned to the high school. He's an SRO, and he's been a school resource officer. He hears the dispatch call come out of a crash near Robb Elementary. He hears there's dispatch that comes out that there's a man with a gun. The problem is that the funeral home worker has made a 911 call, and he said a whole lot more, which is that there's shots being fired and the guy's running towards the school, but that part doesn't get dispatched out onto the radio. So Adrian Gonzales gets there. He hears gunfire, but he arrives on the south side. The shooter is moving towards the west side. He's ultimately going to enter in on the west side, and he sees Melody Flores, this teacher's aide, on the ground. It's not clear. He doesn't really know who she is. So he drives up onto the campus towards her. He's talking to her, and she's frantic. She actually thinks she's been shot, but she had not been shot. You can just imagine her. And when she's put on the stand, one of the things that the defense was able to pick apart was she could not. She thought that his squad car was white. It had decals. She thought he had a beard. He had no beard. She thought he was wearing a white shirt and khakis. He was in the blues. So they were using her testimony to say, oh, he's not really doing anything. But if her recollection's that off, that kind of thing. And then you had Nick Harrell, show this animation, and this animation was really powerful. I mean, I'm watching the animation on Friday and going, because they had spliced in audio from both the body cams and the surveillance video inside the school, because the school surveillance video had audio, and it's made your heart kind of pound, and it made it look like Adrian Gonzales was kind of just hanging out by the car, not really doing anything, and you're thinking as you're watching it, well, why is he not doing something? Yes. And so it's a 1 minute and 3 seconds from the time of his arrival to the time that the gunman enters the school. And so on cross, when Nico LaHood is questioning Harrell about it, he's asked, why didn't you include Melody Flores in it? And he said, I would prefer not to have that information. And I'm sitting there going, what? What do you mean you would prefer not to have that information? Don't you want to make an animation that fully represents what's happening? What do you think about that kind of thing?
I mean, that's experts are really good when they're testifying on direct, because they practice their testimony with the state. They've formed their opinion based on the information that they've received. But as a defense attorney, which I've done I am one, you always are able to cross-examine them on the lack of information that they actually base their opinion on. In other words, you try to show the jury he didn't have everything in front of him to form this opinion, so when he formed it, it was really garbage in, garbage out, is really what it comes out to. That's what you try to do as a defense lawyer, to say, yeah, he had this opinion, but guess what? He didn't take this into account, he didn't take that into account. And here it's even different, because he says, I would prefer not to take that information into account.
And then he acknowledges, it probably would have helped.
Yeah, and it probably would have helped. So I think it undermines their case a little bit, and I think it undermines his opinion, because they're going to get up in closing arguments and say, how biased was that witness? I mean, how he didn't give you the full story. He didn't even have the full story, and then when he did have it, he decided not to use it. He just looked the other way. I'm sure that was kind of devastating to his testimony when he said, I'd prefer not to have that information. When you're an expert and you want to take everything into account when forming your opinion.
Should the prosecution, it seems to me like you want to get the bad facts out yourself, right?
Exactly. I mean, you want to, but one thing is getting them out first, and then the defense comes up and makes a bigger thing of it, makes a bigger issue of it, and then they argue that later.
So which would you do if you were prosecution?
I would prepare the witness a little better for those kinds of witnesses, those kinds of questions. That doesn't sound good when an expert says, I prefer not to have that information, which is important.
Should the expert have included that?
Yes, he should have, yes.
I mean,
yes.
He's a retired Texas Ranger, and you would think that you would want to, if you're presenting an animation as the factual accounting, right?
Exactly.
Of what happened, you would want to think that you include all relevant information, that you don't cherry pick. Because that's what it felt like. It felt like cherry picking.
I mean, you're making the defense argument right now just by saying that. I mean, yes, you want your expert to say, I took everything that was available into account when I formed this opinion that I'm going to give to you right now as to the jury. Because experts carry a lot of weight. because you put them up and say this person has expertise that's going to help the jury. And so that's why courts are very careful on how that's presented, because they know that carries extra weight with the jury. But of course, when you can pick their opinion apart, I mean, that's a lot of times that's their whole case. And it seems like here, the expert testimony is the biggest part of the prosecution's case, to say he didn't follow his training, and that's why he's guilty of what we're charging him with.
Yeah, and I think the argument that Nico LaHood and the other prosecutors are making is maybe you don't like everything he did, right? Maybe you think he should have run immediately into that school. Okay, that's a judgment call, but you want to judge based on what did he know and when did he know it.
Exactly.
He gets there, he hears gunshots. He by his own, they questioned him. Okay, so they interviewed him. Questioned, I think, is too strong a word. So the day after the shooting, Adrian Gonzales gives an interview to a Texas Ranger, and he is explaining, what he did, and this he doesn't give it under Miranda. He gives it without a lawyer present. He now he's not emotional, right? I mean, which is not necessarily unusual to me because he's a cop.
Yeah.
I mean. And he's just very factually, describing what he did, and so it struck me that I think the argument is, again, you're holding him accountable based on, it feels like you're holding him accountable based on facts that he couldn't have had at that moment.
Exactly. I mean, they're trying to say you should have known this, you should have known that, but he didn't know. And if you're going to hold him criminally liable, you have to establish his state of mind and what he knew. And if he knew this information, he would have acted differently, but he didn't know it.
Right. Do you think we would be here if the shooter had lived?
Probably not.
Why do you say that?
I mean, it just seems like this process, to me, this is my opinion only, but to me it seems like they can't hold the shooter accountable. So they want to put somebody in that chair. They can't put the guy, the person who actually caused the deaths of these children in that chair. So we got to put somebody there, and he was the closest thing we could get.
Right. Yeah, and it's
and it seems, just based on what I've seen, is that they could have put a lot of people in that chair if they're going to just charge him. They could have put a room full of people that didn't act maybe in the way you wanted them to act to save those children.
So why not put them in that chair?
That's the question, and that's what I'm sure that's what the defense is going to argue in closing arguments. They're going to say, you could have charged all these other people. We have video of other people not doing anything, and you just decided to charge him, and that's not fair, and it's not right. And they're going to ask jurors to do the right and correct thing, regardless of what the law is.
In your experience, do jurors typically base their decisions on the right and correct thing, or more on emotions?
Well, emotion is part of it, but in my experience, jurors do the right thing. I think when you have so much technical information from both sides, jurors will sit in the back during deliberations, because we talk to jurors after in big trials, and they'll say, yeah, we hear from both sides, we took everything into account, but then we just kind of tossed that aside and said, what's the right thing to do? There's a human being sitting there being charged. Yes, human life was lost, which is why we're here. But we're looking at this individual who's on trial for his liberties, and what is the correct thing to do? Is it right for us to put him in a position where he might go to prison based on these facts? And I think jurors, they get caught up in the technicalities of the testimony about their training and things like that. But then eventually they'll say, well, in the end, what's the right thing to do? I think that's and I think that's what they base a decision on a lot. Now, when jurors want to do the right thing, they'll start hanging their hat on the technicalities to justify their decision. But I think in the end, they'll say, what's the correct thing to do?
Well, and somebody's asking in the chat, the makeup of the jury, it's 7 females and 5 males.
Okay.
And I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know sometimes people think that women are more emotional, which I don't think that's correct. But I don't know if that's going to be a big thing in this trial. The makeup of the jury as far as men and women.
Do you think it helps to have moved it out of Uvalde?
It probably did. I mean, I'm sure the defense, was the one that asked for that, because Uvalde, I'm not sure how big of a city it is, but there's probably people that had a lot of connections to.
It'd probably be difficult to seat a jury.
Yes.
It's a small. I think it's a pretty small place.
Yes, it would be. It was the right thing to move it out of there.
Yeah, and Adrian Gonzales is the first officer. I'm going to look up population of Uvalde County. Let's see. It's the entire county is about 25,000 people, so it's pretty small.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's the first officer on the scene by about 45 seconds. And Coronado, Mendoza, and the third officer, I think it's Saucedo, they get there and they're with Uvalde police. Mendoza has the AR-15. And, the testimony is that he could have taken the shot, wanted to take the shot, but didn't take the shot. How much do you think that plays in for the jury?
The fact that there was somebody else there that could have actually taken out the shooter. I mean, I think it's vital. Vital to the defense. Again, you have another person here that didn't act. He actually could have taken him out, actually stopped everything and had the firepower to do it. I don't know that the individual who's on trial right now, Gonzales, right? What kind of weapon did he have?
He had a handgun, and the testimony is that he never had line of sight of the shooter.
Yeah, so he had a handgun, then he have the ability to take him out, and he's charged with a crime where you had the person that had an AR-15, superior firepower.
And had line of sight.
And where's he? Where's he right now? He's not in trial.
If you are the defense, and of course I think we're all hoping that the prosecution rests today, do you put Mendoza, do you put the other officers on the stand did you put the officer on the stand that could have taken the shot?
I mean, those are always difficult calls when you're on the defense, because you have to sit back and say, okay, how much of the state's case have we impacted at this point? I mean, do we feel comfortable saying, you know what, they just haven't proved their case, or we've poked enough holes in it where we shouldn't even put on any witnesses? Because when you start putting on witnesses yourself, you're giving the government an opportunity to bolster their case also. And especially if you put other law enforcement officers up there, sometimes, they try to help the prosecution, even though you put them up there and cross them, or, and have their testimony come out like you would like it to. I mean,
it's kind of a do no harm thing.
Yes. It's like, we're already ahead. Why do something to hurt ourselves, kind of thing. Especially when the state's the one that has the burden to prove this. We poked enough holes in their case. We made their witnesses look bad. Do we really even need to put on a case? I mean, I've tried many cases where I have witnesses lined up, and then we decide, you know what, it went so well during the first part of the trial, we're not even going to call witnesses.
Yeah, and I don't know. We're hearing that the defense is expected to go about a day and a half, although with this trial, I hesitate to make guesses on A, if they will put people on the stand, and B, how long will they go, because everything about this trial has gone longer than it seemed like it should have.
And of course, it would go much longer if the defendant takes the stand, which that's a whole other issue.
Would you put him on the stand?
I mean, I'd think about it, because he could tell the jury, this is what I was thinking. This is what I was, this is the information I had. This is why I acted the way I did. I would think about it, but there's a lot of risk when you put the defendant on the stand, because then the government gets an opportunity.
They get the bite at the apple.
Yes. And a lot of times we tell our clients, I know you want to take the stand, and I think it would be helpful, but all the things that you would testify to, let me argue them. I'll say them for you during closing argument, and they can't cross-examine you at that point. I get to make the same arguments that you want to tell the jury about without giving them the opportunity to cross-examine you.
And technically, they've heard from him because they heard his statement.
Yeah. So
given
why? I mean, just based on the fact that they already played what he had to say, I mean, what would you gain by putting him on there?
You run more risk.
Yes.
But he can insist on it.
Yeah, he can insist on it. It's his absolute right. You can't keep him off the stand if he wants to testify. I have a feeling he'll listen to his lawyers, but we've had clients that don't. So.
And usually, how does that usually go?
Not well. I've had a few here and there that help themselves over my objection, over my advice, I mean.
Yeah. It's
but usually, the best results we've ever had in trials are the defendant's never taken the stand.
They listen to you.
Yes. I mean, many times when you have to raise something like self-defense and they don't have a recorded statement of your client saying that, you're kind of forced to put them on the stand, but otherwise, it's too risky.
In most police officer trials that I have covered, but they've been different. This is a different one. In most police officer trials, Amber Geiger,
yes, I remember that.
the Dallas officer, and of course Aaron Dean, the Tarrant County case. They did take the stand, and they really almost had to, because they had to explain their actions. And I know legally, they could have not, but to make the case, they really had to. And I would say Dean didn't really help himself. I think Geiger did help herself. It was hit or miss there, but I think she did largely help herself. But it's still a risk.
Yeah, it is a risk.
And you just, there's a lot that can go wrong with that.
Exactly. There's just too much. And, they're not professional witnesses, and they sound good when you're back in your office preparing them, but once they get up on the stand in front of a jury and they start getting a little nervous, or the prosecution gets a little aggressive with them, sometimes they fold.
Right.
And that hurts.
And you run the risk that if you have an outburst or show any anger or anything that could upset this jury, you run the risk of bad things happening.
Exactly.
Because you could have the jury agreeing with you, and then they could change their mind, right?
And especially when you have the law on your side, as far as the fact that you don't have to put them on the stand, and the jury can never take that into consideration when determining their guilt or innocence, or for any factor during their deliberations. I mean, you have that in your pocket, so that the prosecution can't even argue, hey, he didn't take the stand, because it would cause a mistrial.
Okay, so I want to tell the producers, can we put the shot up? I see the judge in the courtroom. So I think we're about to get started here. This judge Judge Harrell has been running a pretty tight ship. The interesting thing about Judge Harrell is he oversaw the exoneration of Michael Morton.
Oh, really?
Michael Morton was, I think we're probably going to have sound here in a minute. And he was the one that, okay, here we go. I think we're getting started.
All right.
As you recall, when we recessed on Friday, we had this witness on cross-examination. It's still under oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ranger.
Good morning.
I'm not going to go over the last week's testimony. The jury can remember that, but just to kind of bring us up to speed, since there's been a break, we had talked about, before we cut off last week, that Officer Randy Hill was dispatched to the incident, correct?
Correct.
And we talked about the time, and that he was on the corner of Carrizo's at 11:33:16. Remember us talking about that, him being on that corner?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And then also we had talked about Sergeant Coronado, Mendoza, and Saucedo at the corner before the shooter enters the building. We had discussed that, correct?
Which corner in particular?
The corner of Geraldine and Groves.
Correct.
And we discussed line of sight, that they had line of sight, possibility of line of sight from that corner.
Possibly, correct, yes.
We talked that they did not take action to stop the shooter. We talked about that from the corner, those three officers.
I won't comment on the not taking action part. I know that they didn't take a shot from that location and then relocated.
Yeah, well, they didn't take a shot from that location, correct?
Correct.
They didn't run to the west door, correct?
Correct.
They didn't, that's what I mean by take action. They didn't take action to stop the shooter. As a matter of fact, they relocated, correct?
They did relocate,
Okay.
yes.
Now that we're kind of caught up, now they stay at that corner after the shooter makes it into the building, into the school. they each, and there's a little bit difference in their timing, they stay on that corner after the shooter makes it into the building for over 30 seconds, correct?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it would approximately be.
And if you need a reference, all this information is from your critical timeline, okay?
Okay.
So I believe Sergeant Coronado departs the corner at 11:33:28. Correct.
Approximately, yes.
And Saucedo, Officer Saucedo departs the corner at 11:33:33.
Correct.
And then Officer Mendoza departs the corner at 11:33:37.
Correct.
And as we can see, that is over 30 seconds after the shooter makes it into the building. He makes it into the school at 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
One other thing they didn't do is they didn't transmit information. Is that a fair statement?
From that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Correct. There was
Yeah.
no documented transmissions.
And that would have been helpful. Would you agree with that?
It could have been, yes.
I mean, they could have said, hey, we think we're taking fire, shots fired, suspect in the building, anything of that nature to let other officers know the gravity and the severity of the circumstance. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So now, I want to bring your attention back to Officer Hill. Would you agree, based off your investigation and other Rangers' investigations, that there's no explanation why he stopped at that corner?
He was coming from that location.
Yes, sir.
He was traveling westbound on Geraldine, approaching Old Carrizo. And by that time, there had been some radio traffic of some activity with a firearm at that location. I don't know why he chose to stop at that location. I can't speak to what he was thinking.
Yes, sir. And so I guess he would be the best person to explain that, correct?
Correct.
So based off your investigation, tactically, knowing what had been transmitted, as you just testified, there's no reasonable explanation why he would stop at a perimeter, at a corner, when there's knowledge that there's someone with a gun on a school ground.
There was an earlier transmission discussing setting up a perimeter. Again, I cannot testify.
But not at that time, though, right, Ranger? You can look at your
I
critical
would have to
timeline.
refer.
Yes, sir, please.
11:31:45, there is radio traffic that says, yes, go ahead and set up a perimeter as soon as you get there.
11:31:45, it says SR fired one shot in the west parking lot.
There is a radio transmission recording.
Is it on your critical? We were talking about your critical timeline, right?
So this timeline, again, was generated in September of 2024. There are all the audio recordings that were collected and turned over, and there was an audio recording in there that did contain
What are you
that.
looking at to get that information if I asked you to look at your critical timeline?
There is a critical, I have a version of I have the radio traffic here.
Is that in your critical timeline?
This is not.
Okay, but in your critical timeline, now that information, did you turn that over to the government at some point?
Yes.
Judge, this is the radio traffic we turned over 2 years ago.
That wasn't my question, Judge.
Okay, let me just say this. Tired of the table talk. Objections are made to the court, not to opposing counsel. One warning, no more table talk, no more arguing back and forth. You got an objection, make it to me. Don't look at the other side, opposing counsel. All right, overruled, let's proceed.
Okay, sir. So on your critical timeline, It's not in there, that's when we were referring.
Correct.
Okay.
In that version.
There's another version of this.
There's not another version, but what was originally turned over, there was additional analysis conducted afterwards just of the video and the audio that had been turned over.
And in your information, in your version, then, is there direction to Officer Hill to set up a perimeter? There's not.
There's no direction specifically to him.
And that's what I mean. So that was my original question. There's no explanation why Officer Randy Hill, would have stopped at that corner knowing that there's shots fired at a school. That's all I asked, right?
Well, the way that that particular radio transmission occurred, it appeared generic. It appeared as a broadcast where somebody was unknown. Somebody was making a radio transmission to set up a perimeter.
Okay, so it sounds like you're giving an explanation. So then Adrian also could have set up a perimeter as well.
Possibly, yes.
So if he's setting up a perimeter outside the school, and not that he was standing like Officer Hill, but if he was standing and setting up a perimeter, that would be reasonable according to what you're testifying to this jury.
There was radio traffic that somebody had said set up a perimeter.
So my question was about Adrian Gonzales specifically. So since you're saying that it's reasonable for Randy Hill to set up a perimeter, it would be reasonable for Adrian Gonzales to set up a perimeter also, correct?
If he had heard that transmission at that time.
And so the government asked you specifically, they compared Officer Saucedo to Adrian Gonzalez' behavior. Do you remember that on their direct examination?
Vaguely.
Okay. Well, both Officer Saucedo and Adrian arrived at the scene before the shooter enters the building at 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
Officer Saucedo has line of sight. Adrian Gonzalez does not have a line of sight, correct?
I can't speak to what type of sight Juan Saucedo had, so I don't know that it was actually line of sight.
Well, he had the type of sight that he asked to shoot, right?
Objection repetitive, Your Honor.
Judge, they specifically asked about Saucedo versus Gonzalez. I'm just going over what they asked him, Judge.
Okay, I'll over the objection, but we got timelines here. Proceed.
So he had line of sight to ask to shoot somebody, correct?
He had some sight, assuming that he did, in order to be able to ask.
And
for
specifically,
permission
he
to
said,
shoot.
"I think I see him," correct?
I don't recall that, but it's possible.
Okay. But Adrian did not have line of sight, correct?
At that point, no.
At any point, he never saw the shooter. You're not telling this jury that he saw the shooter, are you?
No, I'm
Okay.
not. No, I don't know what he saw prior to the shooter walking along the west wall.
This is all based off your investigation, okay? I'm asking you based off your investigation. Officer Saucedo had a superior weapon system, correct?
Well, he did as far as he had a rifle.
And that's a superior weapon system, correct?
I'm not going to comment on the superiority of one weapon system over another.
So you don't have an opinion on whether an AR-15 is a superior weapon than a handgun?
A handgun, a person can be as proficient with a handgun as well.
Did you hear my question?
I did.
Okay, do you think an AR-15 is a superior weapon system than a handgun? You can say no.
No, I don't feel that it's superior weapon system.
Fair enough, okay. So, Officer Saucedo had backup, correct?
Yes.
He had two other officers with him.
Yes.
Adrian was by himself.
Yes.
Officer Saucedo knew the shooter made it into the building, correct? At some point.
I don't know when he would have known that.
Well, because Sergeant Coronado knew that, right?
The first indication that Sergeant Coronado thought that the shooter made it into the building was after Sergeant Coronado began relocating to the northeast intersection.
Do you remember interviewing Claudia Perez?
Yes.
Did you review her interview before you come here to testify?
Yes.
Did you remember hearing the interview you had with her? You interviewed her yourself, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you remember asking her and her talking about her talking to the officers on the corner, and she said, "We told them he's in the building," and you asked her specifically, did they indicate that they heard you, and she said yes? Do you remember that part of the interview?
I would have to look back at my report.
Please look at your report. When did you review that interview before you testified this morning?
I reviewed Claudia Perez's interview prior to completing my supplemental report.
When was that timeline?
That would have been within 3 months after the event.
Okay, so you haven't listened to her interview for 3 years?
Correct.
But remember, I asked you, did you review her interview before you're testifying this morning, like over the weekend?
No, I had reviewed it previously, but not today.
Okay, please look at your notes.
Okay, could you repeat your question, please?
During your interview, she stated to you that they were telling the officers that the shooter had made it into the building, and you asked, did they understand you, or did they confirm that they heard you, and she said yes.
So for this particular statement, she was talking about the officers that had already arrived and were at the west door.
No, but she wasn't talking to them. She was in her corner, right? She wasn't at the school. You agree with that?
I don't recall where she was.
You were asking her, you were interviewing her and trying to get key information. Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
Do you remember her saying that she told the officers that shooter made it into the building? Do you remember that? And you asked her if they understood her, and she said yes?
May I read from my report?
To refresh your memory, it's not in evidence. We can play the statement if we need to, but go ahead. Read it to yourself, please.
So, Claudia Perez had stated that she saw at least 10 officers positioned at the west entrance. At this time, the west entrance was going to be the west door entrance to the 4th grade building. Perez and another Hillcrest employee, Gilbert Rodriguez, ran to the front parking lot of Hillcrest and yelled to the police officers that the suspect was inside the Robb Elementary School.
And at the parking lot, at the edge of the parking lot were Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo, correct?
This was a different time. This was.
But it doesn't say that in your interview, right?
But this.
Hold on. But in your interview, because I listened to it over the weekend. I know you didn't. I did. And there's no timelines when you're asking her these questions, right?
At the time, I didn't know any timelines. I was merely trying to document what she had observed.
But that's what I'm saying. You didn't ask her key questions. She's talking about talking to officers at the edge of the corner of the parking lot, and the parking lot is away from the school, correct?
These are going to be officers that arrived after.
But you don't ask her that in your interview. You don't ask her that in your interview.
But she did say specifically that there were 10 officers.
I know, eventually.
Around the west entrance.
And Salcedo.
And that's what I recall.
And Salcedo, Mendoza, and Coronado were facing the west entrance, correct?
When they arrived, yes, but they were not at the west entrance.
You're not telling this jury that Miss Perez walked up to the west door of that school, are you?
No, but she could see it.
I know she could see it from the corner, from the funeral home. Where does she work, by the way?
The Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
And where is Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home in relation to the school?
It is across the Geraldine Street from the Robb Elementary School.
And where was Sergeant Coronado, Officer Mendoza, and Officer Salcedo? Where did they set up perimeter and stop their vehicles?
They initially stopped at the intersection of Geraldine and South Grove Street.
And where is the intersection of Geraldine and South Grove? What establishment is that in front of?
It is in front of the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
When in you reviewing your investigation, you realized that in Sergeant Coronado's interview, he acknowledges that a woman is screaming at him, correct?
I did not. I don't recall the specifics of Coronado's interview.
Did you review his interview before you put this critical timeline together?
No, not for the critical timeline.
Are you aware now that during his interview he acknowledges a woman is screaming at him?
If you're saying that.
It's in his interview, yes sir, I am. You're not aware of that?
I don't recall it.
Okay. So since we're comparing Salcedo and Adrian still, Officer Salcedo departs after 35 seconds after the shooter enters the building, correct?
Approximately.
He drives away.
He relocates to another area.
And how did he relocate?
He drove.
Away, right? He drove away.
He drove to another location.
By driving away.
He drove to another location.
So, but Adrian didn't drive away, did he?
No.
He stayed in the eye of the storm, correct?
He stayed at the location where he had stopped, or somewhere close to that location.
And eventually Adrian makes it into the building, correct?
Yes.
Does Officer Salcedo make it into the building?
I don't recall if he entered the building.
He does not make it into the building, but you didn't review that?
At some point, I reviewed that information, but I don't recall the specifics.
Sir, did you know that I was going to ask you these critical questions in front of this jury? You were in the middle of cross-examination. You didn't review any of this information before you're coming here to testify?
I reviewed the information associated with the roles that I performed.
But you're testifying to a full investigation. You summarized an investigation in your critical timeline. You didn't do each part of this timeline. You reviewed things for it. I'm asking, did you review this critical information before you're coming to this jury to testify? You know I was going to ask you questions about this stuff.
My role was not to review every piece of information for the investigation.
So then this is not accurate. Your critical timeline is not accurate. You're telling this jury that?
It is accurate.
So you had to review information to make it accurate, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if Saucedo would have pursued the shooter, you agree it would have made a difference in this incident?
I can't make that statement.
If he entered the west door, he could have cut the pie and followed and pursued the shooter, correct?
Again, it's possible.
Right. And if he would have entered that west door and cut the pie, and they've heard plenty about cutting the pie, the shooter actually would have been in a fatal funnel, and Saucedo, Mendoza, and Coronado would have been in a superior position to the shooter. You agree with that?
It's possible.
I'm just saying, in my scenario, if the shooter is in a hallway, you agree a hallway is a fatal funnel, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if the shooter's in a hallway, and if Saucedo, Coronado, and Mendoza would have pursued, hot pursuit, the shooter, they would have been in the school, and they could have cut the pie, and then the shooter would have been in a disadvantaged position. You would agree with that, right?
If they were at that moment in the school, at the T intersection, yes, it is possible.
But they didn't do that. But they didn't do that. Sir?
About your time.
About my time for what, Judge? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We set some timelines on Friday, last thing we did before we left.
Okay, I'll wrap it up then, Judge. I have to put on the record. We'll have to put on the record, judges, that I'm asking him questions. I've moved on to new information based off what they asked him, and under the Constitution, right to confront the witness, Judge. I really literally have probably 7 minutes left, but it depends on his answers.
Okay. We set some timelines on Friday. I gave you a 3-day weekend to kind of figure out what you wanted to ask. I did the same thing with them. 7 minutes, wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
And
Give me a timer, please.
do me a favor. Try to answer specifically and quickly the questions he asked you. If you can do it yes or no, do it yes or no. If you can't, then do it as concisely as possible.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. He has a timer on me. So you agree that Saucedo, since we asked you about Saucedo, they compared Saucedo specifically, but this applies to all of them, did not engage, distract, or delay the shooter, correct?
Correct.
Now, backdrop, they asked you about backdrop. Anytime you're dealing with any incident involving a school, a theater, or a gymnasium, you're always going to have challenges with backdrop, correct?
Correct.
And just for the record, for the jury knows, backdrop is what's behind your target when you're shooting at something, correct?
Yes.
So the 4 gun safety rules are, number 1, always treat a gun like it's loaded, correct?
Yes.
Never point it at anything you're not prepared to kill or destroy.
Yes.
Always keep your finger high and outside the trigger guard until you're ready to shoot.
Yes.
And then know what's behind your target.
Yes.
And so the 4th rule, knowing behind your target, that's the backdrop. That's what we call backdrop, correct?
Correct.
So anytime you're dealing with a school incident, a theater situation, or a gymnasium, or a church, you're always going to have backdrop issues, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And so you're tactically never going to be in a perfect scenario when you're dealing with those circumstances. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Now there was 46 seconds before the shooter crashes. There is a SUV that opens that gate. Did you see that in the funeral video?
46 seconds prior to. I do recall some activity, but I don't recall the specifics.
Well, I guess my question is, based off anyone's investigation, yours, Ranger Hill, or anybody else's investigation, do you know, did anybody verify who that person was?
I don't recall the specifics about that.
But you agree that that person unlocked the gate and opened it 46 seconds before the shooter crashed?
I do recall there being some activity there.
And other Rangers testified to the fact that we wanted to make sure that there was no co-conspirators or no one helping the shooter, right?
Yes.
Did anybody verify that that person, who it was? Was it a teacher? Was it someone helping? Because that gate is open and it should have been locked, correct?
It was generally that would be locked. From what I recall, there was a delivery of some sort to the school, but I don't recall the specifics.
Do you remember that delivery was to Amy Morin on that corner, that black truck? It wasn't, that was that delivery. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is something different. And I don't know who this person is. I'm asking, did you or yourself or any of the rangers verify who this person is?
I did not verify.
And I think it's safe to say that the shooter did not plan to crash, right?
I don't know what the shooter was thinking at the time.
But if the shooter didn't crash, then that gate being open would have made it much easier for them to drive all the way to the front and then to commit the heinous crime that they did, correct?
If the gate was open,
Yes, sir.
it would provide another access point. Yes.
Right, but no, but you're saying that you don't have knowledge of anybody verifying who this person is.
I know that I didn't.
When it comes to containment, 3 minutes in. When it comes to containment, you would agree those first 5 officers that entered the school, they contained the shooter to 112 and 111.
Yes.
Because if they were not there, it could be possible that the shooter could have gone to other classrooms and did the same thing.
Yes.
And just out of curiosity, do you have your last name is Hill?
Yes.
And Officer Randy Hill is spelled the same way. Any relation to Randy Hill?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ranger. Pass the witness, Judge.
State, redirect.
Thank you. Ranger, would you explain to the jury what your part of this investigation centered around?
As I stated earlier in my testimony, I was reassigned to this investigation in September 2022 to assist with managing the large volume of information, nearly 3.2 terabytes worth of data. The data included 2,352 pieces of physical evidence, 779 audio-video recordings, and 11,745 photographs. I developed a database application specifically for this investigation to help build a foundation of organized information.
And so if I could ask, basically, your part of the investigation was the analysis of body cams,
Correct.
dash cams,
Yes.
videos,
Yes.
dispatch,
Yes.
911.
Yes. As well as photographs and visual observation of the physical evidence.
Because at the same time, there was an additional work being done as far as asking witnesses questions, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was not what you were to oversee.
Correct.
So your testimony is about videos, audios, dash cams, things that are verified.
Yes. My main objective was to extract all of the possible fact-based information, that information from verifiable evidence sources such as audio-video files, photographic evidence, or observation of physical evidence.
Okay. Now I'd like to talk to you about Officer Hill.
Mr. Turner, microphone.
Excuse me. Officer Hill, is that correct? I'll talk to you
Yes.
about Officer Hill.
Randy Hill, yes.
Yes. And we had played the dispatch, that a dispatch for Randy Hill was to Old Carrizo Road,
Yes.
and is that where he stopped?
He was dispatched from to 715 Old Carrizo Road, which would populate as the main entrance to the school, which is adjacent and very, very near the intersection of Old Carrizo and Geraldine.
And is that approximately where Officer Hill stopped?
Yes.
And on the way, he got information to set up a perimeter.
There was radio traffic about a perimeter, yes.
And when he was asked to set up a perimeter, does it make sense to start where
Judge,
he was dispatched?
I'm going to object to leading, Judge. Can let the witness answer?
Sustained.
Have you set up a perimeter?
Yes.
And is the dispatch that you received important in setting up a perimeter?
Yes.
Is that part of where the perimeter should be?
Yes.
And so the question as to whether or not an officer should stop where they're dispatched and told to set up a perimeter. Is that consistent with what Officer Hill did?
Yes.
And let me ask, have you been a patrol officer also?
Yes.
Have you been dispatched places?
Yes.
Could you tell us, when you get dispatched, what is important to you?
The location and the nature of the call. Those are the two primary factors. It's important that there not be excessive radio traffic during that time so that the most critical information can be dispatched.
So when you hear that information, you follow that information?
Yes, until I receive visual intelligence myself to course correct or change my approach.
So once you arrive, do you continue to gather information?
Yes.
And as you gather additional information, you said you course correct. Explain that to the jury.
Make adjustments essentially on the fly based on the real-time information that I'm able to collect.
So where does that additional information come from?
It can come from radio transmissions, but more specifically from what I can see, what I can hear, or what I may be able to smell, depending on the situation.
And based on your five senses, if there are also witnesses there, does that provide information?
Yes.
And once provided witness information, do you course correct?
Yes.
Based on what the witnesses saw
Yes.
and advised you?
Yes.
So if you get original dispatch information to set up a perimeter, but you hear shots fired, does that change your course of action?
Yes.
How?
Once the gunshots start occurring, then it becomes an immediate direct to threat situation, and I would attempt to locate the source of the shots, but be moving simultaneously to locate sufficient cover and the location of the shots. Sufficient cover if it's available.
And that's basic active shooter training,
Yes.
to move to the shooter,
Yes.
but tactically with cover.
If it's available.
And if you hear shots fired, but you're not sure where they're coming from, do you listen to witnesses?
Yes.
And if a witness points out where the shots are coming from, do you act on that information?
I would, yes, I would investigate that information and attempt to verify that.
And how would you verify it if you hear shots and the witness is saying they're coming from over there?
I would move to the location where I hear the shots and where the witness said that the possible gunshots or shooter was located.
Moving now to Salceda and Mendoza. What time period did they arrive after Adrian Gonzales was there?
So Adrian Gonzales parked at approximately 11:31:55. Jesus Mendoza arrived at approximately 11:32:23, so approximately 30 seconds.
May I approach you?
And
Yes, sir.
1 second. Go ahead and say the last one.
this was Juan Saucedo arrived shortly after Jesus Mendoza at 11:32:30.
And would you approach up on
Judge, just for the record, it's 11:32:29. I know the jury can remember, but that's not accurate.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it If the question conflicts with your memory of the evidence, rely on your own memory of whatever you recall. Go ahead and proceed.
If you would approach. Have a seat. If you will, again, point to us where casings were found around 102 and 104.
This location right here for room 102. And this location right here for room 104.
And is the parking lot consistent with what Saucedo and Mendoza would have seen?
Yes, these black vehicles represent vehicles that were parked in those parking spots at the time of the event.
And was there a bag full of magazines located on that west wall?
Yes.
Would you point that out? Is that about halfway up from the south end to the north end?
Approximately.
And did it take approximately a minute for the gunman to get from the south end to the north end?
Approximately.
So would it take approximately 30 seconds to get from the south end to halfway to the north end?
At a constant or average pace, yes.
And at that time, halfway, around 30 seconds, who arrived on the scene?
Officer Mendoza, Officer Saucedo, and Sergeant Coronado.
And so at that time, were there any other shots in which defects were in the building?
No.
And a bag was dropped at the point halfway between, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you see the video of the north end provided by the citizen from the north end?
Yes.
Was the gunman running or walking?
He was running.
How many shots were fired during that period of time from where the bag was dropped until the gunman entered?
6.
6 shots with no defects in the building,
Correct.
indicating they went somewhere else.
Correct.
Now, as to Saucedo, Mendoza, and Coronado, when they arrive, a bag is dropped halfway up. Could you tell us what obstructions, if any, they had?
Looking from their perspective, especially depending on their stance, and by observing Sergeant Coronado's dash camera, there's some kneeling, squatting down, attempting to take cover / concealment behind their vehicles.
So one squatted behind the vehicle.
I believe they all did at some point.
Okay.
And it would have been, there was a lot of movement here to try to find what I would imagine is the most tactical position. And from that position, the vehicles in the parking lot could present a possible obstruction.
The vehicles in the parking lot, starting about halfway up and going all the way into their entry to the door almost.
Correct.
Either this row or this row.
Correct. And there was a fence here. Specifically here, there was a piping fence that was damaged as a result of the crash.
And was there also a chain link fence?
Yes.
Does that partially obstruct view?
Possibly, yes.
Now, it has been suggested that Officer Sato said he saw a gun. Have you seen any evidence that he said he saw a gun?
I haven't reviewed any evidence that indicates that.
But was there a dispatch of a man in black?
Yes.
And let me ask, from the video of Coronado, does it appear where these officers are looking?
They do appear to be looking in this direction.
Do they also, can you tell where their eyes are scanning?
I cannot. I can only look at where their head is facing.
Okay. And are they also looking over this vehicle, Officer Saucedo's vehicle?
Yeah, yes. There was movement around these vehicles, and at one point, Officer Mendoza and Sergeant Coronado were on the driver's side of Officer Mendoza's vehicle, and Officer Saucedo was at the rear driver's side of his vehicle.
Okay. And so if Saucedo said he saw a man and he saw a description of the gunman south and west of the building, what is south and west of the building?
The southwestern portion of the building would be this location right here.
It would not be up here in the north and west.
That's not the southwest part of the building, that particular area.
And what color uniform did Adrian Gonzales wear that day?
It was a dark blue shirt and pants.
Dark blue,
Yes,
almost black.
yes.
And he asked permission to fire.
Which were you referring to?
Saucedo?
Based on what I've been told in court. Yes, apparently.
And for the record, the distance here, I believe is testified, is 130 yards.
I checked the measurement during the review process, and using Google Earth, it was approximately 130 yards from the center of this intersection to the west wall of the fourth grade building.
And from the vehicle heights, what was the condition of this building, as whether it's bricks or windows?
From this location, taking these vehicles into consideration, the windows were the only easily viewable part of this area. And this was confirmed. We received dash camera video for the vehicle that Juan Saucedo was driving. Now the dash camera video, the recording system had some issue, and so the video was jumping and changing pixel colors. So I went frame by frame through that video and was able to find a frame where there wasn't distortion, and that indicated the view from the dash camera location of Juan Saucedo's patrol vehicle, and it did show these obstructions here. And from what I could see from that still shot, the windows were still visible.
And you testified earlier about once you've been dispatched to a scene, you have to change your course based on the information you receive.
Yes,
And we talked about Ms. Perez saying he's in the building.
yes,
And how many officers were at the corner?
3.
And Ms. Perez said where? How many people was she talking to when she said he's in the building?
She said that she had seen 10 officers at the west entrance. There were a collection of officers at this location.
And if she's talking to 10 officers at this location saying he's in the building, it is not at the time these 3 officers are here. Is that correct?
That was not, when I conducted the interview of Claudia Perez, it was not my understanding that she was referring to these officers.
Okay. And in addition to that, any indication these 3 officers talked to Melody Flores?
Not that I'm aware of.
And were pointed to which building at Robb Elementary?
They were pointed in this direction, and
And is that the direction of Robb Elementary?
yes,
How many buildings are in Robb Elementary?
there are several.
So if somebody's telling you he's in the building, how many buildings could that be?
It could be one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So as an officer that arrives at a scene, if you hear evidence that somebody's in a building, but somebody is pointing to a specific building, does that help you in directing you where you should go?
Judge, I've let the leading go on, but I'm not to object to leading again, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. If you'll rephrase the question, please.
as an officer, would you tell the jury what gives you direction on where to go?
For a situation like this, the gunshots are my visual observation of the shooter. If there was any bystander or witness that is especially emphatic about what they saw, I would take that into consideration as well, and then I would proceed to investigate what I had been told.
Thank you. Were there any obstructions from the southwest corner of the 4th grade wing of Robb Elementary down that line headed north to where the west entrance is?
Not until the electrical box, which would have been closer to the west door entrance.
And you reviewed the dispatches of Adrian Gonzales during this minute time, or the 3 or 4 minute time, is that correct?
Yes.
And we've had, on here we have a dispatch that has been agreed upon, I believe, that shots fired from Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Correct.
You listened to that?
Yes.
And do you have any objection to that being Adrian Gonzales' voice?
No.
And approximately 3 minutes later, did Adrian Gonzales ask for cover?
Approximately.
And about a minute or about 50 seconds after, or 45 seconds after Adrian Gonzales said shots fired, did Adrian Gonzales again get on dispatch?
I'm sorry, what time are you referring to?
11:32:59, I believe it's been agreed upon.
Yes.
And was the substance of that dispatch, he's wearing black, he's over by the teacher's parking lot?
The 3259 was going to be on the west side, or I'm sorry, I'm going to be on the west school, on the west side of the school by those vehicles. The 11:33:09 approximately. He said supposed to be wearing all black, all black.
And then when Sauceda and Mendoza arrived in Coronado, was there also a dispatch from Adrian Gonzales?
A short time, a few seconds after Coronado, Mendoza, and Saucedo arrived at the intersection, Mr. Gonzales did say on the radio, "Take cover, guys, take cover, shots fired."
Take cover, guys, shots fired. And what time was that?
11:32:44.
About 10 or 12 seconds after they arrived.
Approximately.
Just for the record, fourth graders are not infants, is that correct?
Correct.
Would not be taken to an infant care provider.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Judge, I understand your ruling. He's just testified to two pieces of information that are not in his critical timeline.
Scope of the redirect only. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you testified that asking for cover, that Adrian Gonzales asked for cover, correct? Just answer that question first so we can save time.
He does have radio traffic.
Hold on. Answer my question, please. Did you testify that Adrian Gonzales asked for cover, correct?
Yes, at one point, yes.
Where is that in your critical timeline?
It's on the audio traffic that was
That wasn't my question. And I'm trying to speed this up because you know the judge wants us to move. So I'm not being disrespectful. Where is that in your critical timeline? Where is that in your critical timeline? Answer the question.
It's not on that.
It's not in your critical timeline, correct?
It's not in the one turned over to the DA.
So there's a separate critical timeline that you're saying that the DA has, the government has, that we don't have? Because it's not on mine, right?
There was additional information. We continued analysis after the report was turned over.
Can you please listen, sir, I'm sorry, listen to my questions. I know you want to say a lot. Listen to my question. There's a different critical timeline that you've turned over to the government that we don't have. That's what you're saying.
I don't know if you don't
Well,
have
this
that.
one, you want to look at mine? Mine doesn't have that. So you're saying yours does and they have that, correct?
I turned it over. I don't know what you have.
Did you talk to the government this weekend?
Not very much.
That wasn't my question. Did you talk to the government this weekend?
I did, yes.
How many times?
Once.
So Adrian asking for cover is not in the critical timeline that we have. You also testified that 11:32:44, you said that Adrian says, "Take cover, guys, take cover, shots fired." Do you remember testifying just moments ago to this jury?
Yes.
11:32:44, right?
Yes.
Where is that in your critical timeline?
That was analytical information learned later and turned over to
So is it in your critical
prosecution.
timeline?
If it's not in the version that you have,
May I approach? Well, I can't approach, Judge.
Yes.
Which one are you looking at, sir? I don't know what that is. Is that your critical? That's not a critical timeline. What is that?
this is what was turned over to the prosecution.
So you've turned that over to the prosecution?
Yes.
May I see this, please? Do you mind if I look at that? Thank you, sir. Have you seen this? So, if I represent to you that none of us have seen that we've seen this.
Objection, Your Honor. They've been provided the
No,
dispatch.
no, Judge, we have not.
They're misleading the jury.
No, I'm not, Judge. How dare you say that, Jim?
Excuse me, wait a minute. What did I just tell you?
I'm sorry, Judge.
What did I
I'm
just
sorry.
say?
I'm sorry. my
Objections
apologies.
to the bench.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. My
All
apologies.
right, overruled. Let's go.
So this is what we have. It's not in here. You agree?
That's when this was created, this is going to be the radio file. Remember I said that there's an approximate 2-second variance?
Okay. So there's an approximate 2 seconds. So we don't have the but you're testifying specifically to this jury, and I have to figure out an approximate 2 second variance?
You do have the radio traffic.
No, I don't. It does it say 11:32?
I'm going to object to that, but we approach the bench, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so Juan, what do you think about this?
I mean, that's pretty interesting. That's probably right. That's probably why didn't want to rehabilitate him if you were the state, because now this opens the door now.
Just answer the question. It's not there. 113244. Just answer. Say no. It's not there.
It does not say 1132.
That's all I was asking. You have to move along. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just trying to move along. And so 113244. It's nowhere in your critical timeline that Adrian Gonzales says, shots fired, take cover, guys. Correct? It's not in your critical timeline.
Apparently, in the version you're looking at, it's not in that timeline.
Apparently. And it's apparently not in this other version of the dispatch, correct? So it's just something separate than your critical timeline.
Is that the version you just showed me?
Yes, sir, it is.
The radio file and the time is noted on that spreadsheet
113244 is not in here, right?
with the approximate 2-second variance.
And it doesn't say anything. This is not. This doesn't show a printout of what exactly the transmission is, right?
It directs you to the audio file, but there is not a transcription on that document.
And so with there's numbers that are not accurate to what you're testifying to this jury, and there's no transcription that we can rely on. We have to go to the actual transmission on a different number, right? On a different time. And on the 3246, thank you, Jason. Who does it identify as the sender? Under your, let's use your times. Under 113246, who's the sender?
Unknown.
So I'm supposed to figure out an unknown person that's Adrian Gonzales?
We can play the audio recording.
That wasn't my question. Listen, please. You have this wonderful hearing. Listen. 113246. It says unknown, correct?
When that document was
created. Listen to me, Ranger.
over.
Listen to me. You're an intelligent man. Does it say unknown?
He's doctoring the witness.
No, I'm not, Judge. Does it
All
say
right,
unknown?
hold on. Let me rule. It's the only thing I get to do. Okay, that's overruled.
Does it say unknown?
It does.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, what else we got? Very quickly. Anything else from this witness?
No, sir.
Okay, subject to recall, either side.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sir, you're subject to recall. Stay in touch with the state. Remember, you're under the rule. You know what that means.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're excused. Thank you.
The state rests, Your Honor.
All right.
We have a motion, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's a matter we have to take up outside your presence pursuant to the law, as I've told you before. So let's take your morning recess a little bit early, take about 10, 15 minutes. We'll bring you back in shortly.
I don't know if they may stay in court though. Okay, so Juan, what did you think about what we just saw?
It's kind of concerning, actually. I don't know what the jury thinks, but it makes it look like this expert that testified was either told by the state or himself manipulated his timeline to help the state. In other words, left out information or made it incomplete, and it just looks fishy when you're the state and trying to bring the truth to a jury. And the defense can show that, especially that part of the report that said unknown, and you actually knew who was saying those things or what was said, and you keep that out. And then when the defense shows the jury that they knew what was in there and didn't present it to them, I mean, you start losing credibility with the jury as far as your whole case is concerned, and also the witness himself starts looking suspicious in front of the jury. That's why the best form of presenting the case is to give them everything they need.
They were told, hey, we had an interview with this guy, and he's now identified the unknown that we've given you as Adrian. One of the reasons we're so upset about it, I will say that identifying the voices in the recording, we have gone through those recordings with our client. It's not him. And so that's one of the reasons we're so upset about this, is because there are other people that we have identified as the person. So we're asking, I mean, again, this is another issue where they have been told things and had additional information by a witness, did not turn those things over to us. They are saying they turned over the recordings, but by turning something over that says we don't know who this is, and then by having the witness go and tell them, oh, I know who it is, it's Adrian Gonzales, and then not telling us that, it again it feels like a trial by ambush. It feels like they are setting up a straw man for us to go and defend against, and then they're switching the ball and they're moving it that way. So again, we just believe under Heath that the remedy would also be to exclude this witness, and we would ask the court to do that, because these are critical issues, and it goes all the way back to Randy Hill, and all of a sudden appearing that he knows that Randy Hill appeared at a certain time because he went back and looked on the, and that happened last week, and we finished the cross. I went back and I looked, and I saw the lights and when he arrived, which is important about when he arrived because his timeline shows a difference of like 4 minutes. But now he's shortened the timeline. He says he told the DA about that 2 months ago, and it didn't, and nobody ever told us that. And so, well, all we have is some timeline, and they can talk about the dispatches all they want, but they cannot talk about the mental impressions of the ranger saying, I have now identified that Randy Hill is the person who arrived at this time, gave them that time, and they never told us. So those kind of things are important. As the court has seen, like we're going second by second with this, and these seconds that are off and these things that have not been included have put my client at a disadvantage, and his due process has been harmed by the failure to disclose.
Okay, State.
Your Honor, they said that they have the dispatch tape, they've had the ability to watch them. As Mr. LaHood said, we didn't know about that. We don't know about that. They have those tapes. We've given them the raw footage of that. And in addition to that, Your Honor, we've given them everything that we've had. They have told us they didn't even look at the portal. All they looked at was the original Ranger's file. So for them to even say that they don't have that information is, I think, not being candid with the court.
Was it on the portal?
Excuse me?
Was it on the portal?
Judge, thousands and thousands of pages. We had given them the dispatch, we've given them the times of the dispatch, we've given them all those things.
Well, this supplemental investigation that he keeps talking about, was that on the portal?
Yes.
Right.
We have provided everything Nick Hill has given us.
What I'm saying is that there is a conversation that was had with the prosecutors. They cannot show the court that they have provided us. We talked to Nick Hill, or we talked to Ranger Hill, and he told us that he has now been able to identify when Randy Hill was at that corner. We don't have that. That was a conversation between the witness and the prosecutors, and they didn't provide that. There's not an email that provides that. There's not anything that they can show the court that provides that. Additionally, this additional, whatever version of the report that he's talking about, we do not have that version. And he started by saying that he's got a different version up there because ours has page numbers and his doesn't. He has changed that, and I don't know whether he's provided it to the DA. He said he did, but he has changed that. I mean, the only thing, I mean, we have the information that we were sent about other witnesses, but none of them include anything about that kind of information.
So specifically in regard to Officer Hill and to identification of Adrian Gonzales on the transmissions, was that provided to the defense in the portal or otherwise?
I can say that Coronado originally told us that it was Adrian Gonzales, so that's the operation that we've been going under, Your Honor. As far as specifically that, you're asking me to go back over.
Yeah, those two fairly significant items. Those two, I'm specifically asking about those two because they're significant.
I can't represent the court now. I have to go back and look at all that. I would need time to do that. I'm glad to.
Well, what is your request as I instruct him to disregard this officer's testimony under Heath? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to deny that. My suggestion is for purposes of whatever happens on appellate remedies, etc., motions for new trial, I get on it and look for that. Okay, again, the state has rested. We're outside the presence of the jury. Did you have another matter you want to take up?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you have a copy of the amended, the second amended indictment?
I do. Well,
okay.
I've seen it, but I don't have it.
Yes, Your Honor. Just to remind the court, I guess our first issue, it's all a legal sufficiency issue, and it's a legal sufficiency issue that's sounded in and based upon the idea of a duty. So, one of the things in the indictment is that the state has alleged that our client has a duty under Article 606, under Article 605, and under the Texas Education Code 37.081. The state has not produced any evidence of these statutes. We do not have any witness to testify about it. The jury cannot determine how the statute would apply. If there is a duty, it's not even in front of it. It's not even in front of the jury. So they have not provided any evidence of these statutes and what their content is. Now, theoretically, the court's going to have to put those statutes in a jury charge, But that'll be the first time the jury's ever seen it. And so our first issue is that they have not established the duty about which they have put specifically in their indictment. They've not established, there's been no evidence at all throughout this trial, throughout the state's case, that discusses or talks about or even judicially notices these statutes. And so the jury will not be able to, based upon the state's case, will not be able to sufficiently apply the statutes to the law. That's our first issue. The second issue is that the indictment has witness one as the person who supposedly gave the information, then based on having that information from witness one, alleging that Adrian Gonzales failed to do these things. Throughout the entire case, witness one was not identified. And the reason that that's important is that there were probably 3 or 4 witnesses that gave Mr. Gonzales information. And the analysis and the jury's analysis would change based upon who that witness one is. Is it Coronado saying I think he's in the school? Is it the dispatcher talking about where they think it is, heading towards the school with a gun? Any of those things. So witness one, having not been identified in the state's case, would not allow the jury to, I guess, unanimously determine who witness one is, and did Adrian fail to do his duty, which is under statutes that they don't know about and have not heard about. Did he fail to do his duty based upon information given by witness one? It's not a matter of that they think, or that they can say, oh, well, we all know it's Melody Flores, or we all know that it's whatever. They have to provide some proof on that if they have witness one in the indictment. I know that there is some case law that deals with pseudonyms and pseudonym issues, but the problem with that is that with the pseudonym, that's usually in a sexual assault case, and it's usually there's not anybody else that was sexually assaulted. So it's pretty clear from the evidence. In this case, there are several people that give information to Mr. Gonzales at different times. And so, I mean, is witness one Donald Page, who's, as they're going down the hallway, saying, I think he's in that room right there. That's a general location being advised, but in that instance, they wouldn't say that he failed to go and distract him, because he did. And so the jury could find, if that was witness one, the jury could find that. So it's kind of basic proof that they have to provide, that the jury has to have. And then finally, we do have the case law, Luther versus Texas Parks and Wildlife, which states that, and it specifically talks about section 606, and it states that the object of the code is not to impose new duties on government actors, the breach of which could give rise to, in this case, civil liability. Our argument is if it can't give rise to civil, it can't give rise to criminal. Rather, the code merely attempts to set forth guidelines for peace officers, sheriffs, and others to follow in the performance of their everyday responsibilities. So what this case is talking about is that these duties that the prosecution has alleged in the indictment, their intent is to tell officers what they can and cannot do. It's not to impose some sort of civil or criminal, really. I mean, it doesn't say that in this case. They're talking about a civil case. But the criminal aspect is I think everybody's heard, it's the first time in Texas anybody's tried to do this. So this is if you took what they said about the civil issues, if it can't give civil liability, then it for sure can't give criminal liability, which has so much more consequences to a person. So their duty, their theory of duty is flawed, but even so, they didn't present any evidence of their theory of duty. There's no evidence of what the statutes are and what they say, or whether there's a duty or whether that duty was breached. And then finally, they don't provide any evidence on witness one, which obviously, if it could be several different people, then it changes the analysis. So ultimately, our argument is that they have not proven and they have not provided evidence on every element that they have indicted beyond a reasonable doubt that a rational juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt. And so we're asking the court to grant a directed verdict.
All right, state's response?
Yes, Your Honor. As to duty, the case law is clear that duty is purely a matter for the judge to decide, and once the judge decides that, the judge then instructs the jury on duty. Duty is not a matter for the jury to decide. It's a matter for the court to decide. Many cases involving parents' duties, as far as children and child abuse cases, in which the court does not grant the state's request to introduce the case law to the jury, rather that their job is to give them what the law is based on the law. So it's not the jury's job to make that decision. It's the judge's job to make that determination based on whether or not there's proof that this officer is a police officer. The second issue as to witness number one, there's ample proof that there was only one witness that identified where the shooter was, and that is Melody Flores, and so the jury has ample evidence to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Melody Flores is witness number one.
All right, I'm going to overrule the motion for instructed verdict at this time. So you ready to proceed? You need time?
We need just a little bit of time, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
All right, he's our timekeeper. We're going to tell the jury they got 10 more minutes on their break, and tell me when 10 is up. But we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay, I want to start by correcting something that I said earlier. Just to be clear, I mistakenly said that it was Mendoza that had the AR-15 and asked to take the shot. It was actually Saucedo. And I just want to make sure that I correct that before I forget about doing it, because that's really important. I want to be accurate. So we got Juan Sanchez. He's our legal expert today. Juan, so the prosecution has rested after many, many days of testimony. Just your thoughts on, I mean, this seems like even this morning's been kind of wild.
I've watched as much of the trial as I can. I haven't seen every single piece of evidence or testimony, but I know I had said this before, but it's a tough case for the state. It's a tough case for the state, again, because you're prosecuting somebody on their failure to act, which is always difficult. They have to prove that he had a duty to act to protect those children, and he purposely didn't act and cause them to die or be hurt or put them in danger. I mean, that's what they have to prove. And a lot of the state's witnesses, even today, the witness that was on the stand, I think, kind of helped the defense.
Yeah.
Helped the defense by having to admit that there was other officers on the scene that didn't act. There was other officers on the scene that drove away from the property to relocate, but they drove away. They didn't immediately jump into the building or go inside. And these were officers who had more than a handgun. I mean, one of them had an AR-15 and had a rifle. Had a rifle and had a possible shot at the shooter and didn't act. I think that all helps the defense in their arguments later on. It's just, I mean, they couldn't, not only did they provide that evidence to help the defense, but the way they answered questions, I don't think helped the state. Simple questions like, would you agree that an AR-15 is superior to a handgun? I mean, the common person is going to say, yes, of course it is. And it is. I mean, and it would have been very easy to say, yes, it is superior, but these other factors are why we think that he didn't act or didn't act. I mean, they could have explained that away, but when you start digging your heels in and simple questions like that, you start to lose credibility with the jury as a witness. And if your witness is not credible, I mean, your main witness is providing this critical timeline, then that hurts your case. Also, it looked like maybe they were hiding evidence. Not hiding, but in other words, they might
not have been, but it felt wrong.
It felt wrong that, especially when he said, "Well, I handed in this version to the DA, but that's not the version that we're talking about here in court." That already, can have a juror say, "Wait a minute. Why is there a different version that he didn't hear about before? Why did it take the defense to point that out or bring out?" When they talk about a person who they know is identifiable or testimony that could have been in that timeline, and they kind of manipulated it a bit, I guess you could make an argument, or didn't present it fully. Mm-hmm. I think that hurts the state with their witness who is presenting this timeline, who's supposed to wrap up their whole case for them. Right. I guess this is like a summary witness for the state. Like, you've heard all this evidence, and now we're going to bring in this last witness to summarize it for you, put it in this nice little package for you to take back into the jury room and convict this person that we've charged. And if that's their summary witness and he's having problems up on the stand and it looks like he's not being forthcoming with the juries don't like that. Juries do not like that at all. So, I mean, just based on what I've seen so far, it seems like a tough job for the state to get a conviction. Who knows? I mean, who knows what the jury's really thinking, but just based on what I've seen so far, and maybe I'm biased because I'm a defense lawyer, but at the same time, I've been a prosecutor also.
And you've prosecuted cops.
Yes, I prosecuted police officers as a special prosecutor, and I was a prosecutor for a couple of years before I went to defense. And I try to take off my defense attorney hat and also my prosecution hat, try to look at it as a normal citizen. And just based on what I've seen so far, I mean, I hate to say this, but I'd be shocked if they convicted him.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what this jury does.
Yes.
And so, if you're just joining us right now, I do want to kind of let folks know where we stand. The prosecution has rested. The jury is on a break. I think while the defense kind of decides what they're going to do, and we have heard that they're supposed to present about a day and a half of testimony. So we'll see what happens when they come back. We'll see. Maybe they decide, hey, we were doing so well, and we're just gonna, hang it up and let the jury, go make their verdict. So this last part that we saw in court was outside the presence of the jury.
Yes.
Of course, the state rested outside the presence of the jury. What did you make of Jason Goss's argument that the state didn't present evidence of this duty that this police officer had? And that's true. There was I never heard anything presented explaining that duty. Did they have to do that?
I don't know if they have to tell you the truth. That's just illegal. That's the law that they're asked to implement in this case. So then sometimes you don't have to, like in a murder case, you don't have to put on a witness to say, just so you know, the law says you can't kill somebody. Right. That's kind of the same situation here. Like they're saying that that's just the law that they have to impose when deciding whether to convict it, whether the state proved their case or not. I think that's what the argument that the state made, and I think that's probably the correct ruling by the judge. But I think also the defense has to make that motion for a directed verdict in order to protect their arguments later if they lost. And on appeal, to say there was insufficient evidence to convict them, they have to make a motion for directed verdict and make the argument that they didn't provide enough evidence to convict them on. Because if they don't make that motion, then they could waive that argument later on appeal. So it's more of a procedural argument, I think, at this point. They have to do it. Sometimes we, as defense lawyers, have to get up, at least make the argument, even though it may not be as strong as it should be for a directed verdict, but make the argument, then that way later when the judge overrules you, then now you have a reason for the Court of Appeals to look at it and say, let's see if there really was sufficient evidence. Because if you don't make that argument, you waive it, and then you can't make the argument later. So,
do you think that, though, maybe they didn't have to present that, but should they? Should they have had a witness that did that?
It would have been helpful at least just to ask the question of one of their witnesses to say, you know what the law is, or as an officer, did he have a duty to act based on what his position was there at the school or as a police officer? It would have helped, but I don't think it was necessarily required. What was interesting, though, on their motion, too, was when they were trying to keep that witness's testimony from being considered by the jury, was the Heath argument. I guess that's a case that came, I don't know if you're familiar with it, you probably are, a case that came out recently that said that when you violate the Michael Morton Act, there should be some teeth to it. There should be a penalty. Before, it was just an act that we had that told the state that they had a duty to provide all the evidence to us. Then the Heath came down and said, well, when they do violate the Michael Morton Act, when you do not disclose to the defense everything you're supposed to under the Michael Morton Act, then the judge has the ability to do away with that evidence or not allow them to present it. So they, some kind of punishment for violating Michael Morton, and that's a recent case. I mean, probably in the last year, it came down. Actually, it came down in the trial I had that issue, and we were in the middle of the trial when that came down. But that was a very interesting motion by them to try to do away with that testimony in front of the jury. I think the judge was thinking about it.
He's already done it.
Yeah,
he did it with Stephanie Hale. She was the teacher that testified. Yes. She was right at the beginning of the trial, and that witness her testimony got tossed out. And you saw this extraordinary set of events right at the beginning of the trial where the prosecutor was put on the, was not put on the stand, but she was put under oath and asked questions about what they did and did not hand over, and it was that was, you know, kind of an unusual situation. And so my understanding of the prior rulings was that you had to show that it was malicious, but with Heath, all you have to do is show basically that it happened.
Exactly. And you could tell the judge, his demeanor, just from looking on the screen there, he looked like he was really thinking about it. Of course, that would devastate the state's case, I think. But he did make a little comment saying, kind of don't like, if that really happened, I don't like it, and I'm not going to grant your motion to toss his testimony, but it may be consideration in the future if, you know, if he is convicted on a motion for new trial, something that we might need to revisit.
What do you think the defense is going to go next? What would you do?
I mean, I don't know what kind of witnesses they have lined up. I mean, they asked for 10 to 15 minutes either to get their witnesses there ready to testify, or maybe they're deciding not to call any witnesses and they have to talk to their client about his right to testify or not testify. Because that's something that the court likes to take on. For example, if they came in and said, Judge, we're just going to rest, the judge may want something on the record to indicate that they've talked to their client about his right to testify or not testify.
Right.
And sometimes they even put it on the record saying, you know, we talked about this, you decided not to testify. Or even if he decides to testify, say, we advise you that maybe you shouldn't testify, just to everybody's clear that he knows his rights and how he's going to proceed. That could be part of the break also.
Well, you know, and there, like we were talking about earlier, there is a do no harm kind of thing right now. And they really have, you know, Nico LaHood and Jason Goss and the other attorney, I don't remember his name, really have put on a master class, I think, during this trial.
Yeah, I mean, just based on what I've seen so far, they did a good job cross-examining the state's witness. I haven't seen the whole trial, but just the little bits I've seen, it seems like they get their point across.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, every time, like in this particular case with this witness on Friday, when they played the animation, you thought, oh, wow. I mean, It was powerful. As I'm sitting there watching it, and I kept thinking, you know, because you're listening to the body, you know, because it had this animation and it showed, you know, his car moving, and little imagery, and you could hear the body cams, and you could hear the video from inside the school. So it was powerful. Mm-hmm. And then when Nico LaHood got a hold of Nick Hill, it quickly became problematic, to say the least, because he had not included, you know, Melody Flores in it, and the animation made it look like that you know, Gonzales just, you know, kind of stayed next to the car. Well, that's not really what happened. So what impact do you think that has with the jury?
I mean, I think it has a great impact. I mean, that's why the right to confront witnesses is such an important right we have as Americans, because like I had mentioned before, witnesses always do well on direct examination when they're being asked questions by the side that called them to testify. They always do really well, but confrontation means cross-examination, and that sheds the light on the truth is really the way they've said it in court many times. It allows the person who's being prosecuted to point out things that weren't presented or were distorted somehow, and causes problems for the state, obviously.
Would you have rested at this point, or would you have tried to put somebody else to try to rehabilitate?
For the state, you mean?
Yeah.
They may not have anybody else that can really call. And all you're doing is prolonging or calling more attention to the problems on your case. Okay, so
we're waiting for the court to restart. You can see Adrian Gonzales there, and we're waiting now to see what the defense will do, if they will put witnesses on the stand, or if we'll see Adrian Gonzales.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
And we see him standing up. So we're...
Be seated in the courtroom, please. Members of the jury, the state has rested its case in chief. The defense has called its first witness, and she has been sworn outside your presence. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, ma'am. First, could you just please introduce yourself to the jury?
Claudia Isabel Rodriguez.
And I guess, Ms. Rodriguez, I want to start by setting up why you're here and what involvement you have. So can you please tell us at the time in 2022 where you worked?
Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home, secretary.
All right. And we have heard somewhat about that funeral home. Can you tell us in relation to Robb's school where that funeral home is located?
It's located on Geraldine between Bettis and Grove.
And in its location, are you able to stand in your place of business where you work and look out and see Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir.
And the side specifically of Robb Elementary, what side of the school are you able to see?
It's the back of the school where the soccer fields are.
Okay. And would that include what we've heard of as the teacher parking lot, or that parking lot that's around there with the cars and everything on the back side of that building?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want to go through and just tell the jury, from your perspective, tell the jury what happened that morning, starting with the crash.
So I'm at my desk. I hear a loud noise. Look to my cameras. I do not see anything in the camera that can justify the noise. So at this time, I want to get up and go check the premises because it's possible that there's a crevice in the camera that maybe didn't or can't reach or show. When I stand up from my desk, through my window, I could see that I know now the top of a truck. I run to the lobby where my two co-workers are at, and I ask them to come help call 911 for a car accident at the ditch.
And so we've heard from Mr. Limones. Can you tell us who Mr. Limones was and what he did at the funeral home?
Mr. Limones was a funeral attendant at the time.
All right. And so you've had them call 911. What did you do next?
Gilbert Limones and Cody Briseño are running out the door with me behind. Gilbert Limones is already on the phone before we exit our door with 911 to initially tell them it was a car accident.
And did you find out that it was more than a car accident?
Yes.
Tell us what happened then.
Well, upon the gentleman running across the street to Geraldine upon the sidewalk of the ditch, my two co-workers are asking if he's okay. He never says anything. He's trying to ajar the driver door, but because of the impact, he cannot. So he crawls over to the passenger side and exits the vehicle.
And after he exited, can you give us an idea of like how close you are, how close Mr. Limones is?
The two gentlemen are at the sidewalk, at the ditch, at the sidewalk. I am across the street on our curve still, if you will, at the funeral home, but at the end of our property there.
And then you said he exits the passenger side.
He exits the passenger side.
What happened next?
The gentlemen are still asking if, does he need help? Is there anybody else? Again, quiet, doesn't say anything. I can see him reach in through the passenger window, pulling up an object, like straight up. And that's when Cody Briseño screams out, he has a gun.
And when that happened, do you know if anybody was on the phone with 911 from the funeral home?
Yes, Gilbert's on the phone.
Okay.
Still.
So Gilbert's on the phone. I guess when you said, hey, there's been a wreck, somebody needs to call 911, it was Gilbert that got on the phone?
Yes, sir.
On the 911. And we've heard that call, and just for the jury's reference, we hear a woman screaming. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. So now, he's gotten out, he has a gun. What's the next thing you remember?
When Cody says he's got a gun, we kind of turn around, or they turn around to run towards or retreat back to the funeral. I could still see him. He does not have a clip in the gun, so he loads the gun with a clip and then shoots at us.
And what did you do, you and I guess all of you, what did you do as he starts shooting?
We retreated into the funeral home, thinking maybe he's following.
Sure. But I think originally, if I understand what you're saying, originally you thought this guy's about to come in the funeral home after us.
Yes.
And you were reasonable to think so, obviously. While you were there, and Mr. Limones, Gilbert's on the phone with 911, is he communicating the things that are happening to you guys to 911?
Yes.
While you were there, and when you can look into the ditch, and obviously Mr. Limones was closer than you, could you tell what he was wearing? What colored clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
And were you, meaning you and Gilbert and the people there, trying to communicate the clothing he was wearing and the color to dispatch?
I believe Gilbert is trying to describe, yes.
Now, when he came out of the car with that gun, were you able to realize that this was a rifle and not a pistol?
Correct.
So you could see that clearly as he comes out and you see what he's holding in his hand?
Yes.
And you said that he didn't have a magazine in, so he loaded?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at this time, you're inside the funeral home. What's the next thing that you see?
So Gilbert is now telling them that he shot at us and that he is jumping the fence.
And when you say jumping the fence, where does that fence, what is being fenced off by that fence?
It's the fence that ends the property of the school at Robb.
Okay. And so when he jumped that fence, what's the next thing that you saw the shooter do?
He grabbed what he tossed over the fence and started walking the paved little sidewalk to the teacher parking lot.
And so when you saw him, could you see him from the funeral home? Could you see him clearly?
Yes.
And just to describe for us, are you like looking out of like glass doors, or are you looking out of a window?
I am back at my office watching him.
And as you're watching him and looking from your office, I guess there's a window in your office?
Yes.
And as you're looking, you're watching him just slowly walk towards the school?
Yes, sir.
And you said he goes to the teacher parking lot. So I want to ask you about that. Was there a time that, I guess when you see him go to the teacher parking lot, well, just describe for the jury what you saw him do when he got there.
So before he gets to the parking lot, I remember him, obviously his back to me. He's wearing a cap, a black hoodie. He removes his cap. He shakes out his hair and replaces his hat or cap on his head. Walks to the teacher parking lot where he takes cover, if you will, behind or on the side of a white parked car.
And when you say he takes cover, is he, from where you can see, is he shielded, does he shield himself from view for a certain period?
Yes.
Now, just because he's shielded from maybe others' view, are you still able to have a line of sight to
Yes.
the shooter?
Yes.
What is he doing when he's
He
there?
is reloading.
And so, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sir.
Yes, sir. I know, it's been a while since I've done it, so I've never got you allowed us to do it. I'm showing you Defendants 12. Now, you talked about one of the first things you did when you heard the wreck was that you looked at your you said your cameras to see if that
Yes.
would explain it.
Yes.
So you have familiarity with the cameras that were at the funeral home at the
Yes.
time. And have I showed you a little clip that's very much zoomed in and very pixelated of one of the camera angles and views from your funeral home?
Yes.
All right. And is that contained on Defendants 12?
Yes.
Your Honor, we offer Defendants 12.
No objection.
All right. May we
Submitted.
post to the jury?
Yes.
And so what I want to do is, I'm going to put that up there behind you. I'll tell you. Oh, you could possibly. So I'm going to direct your attention. I'm going to come up here. Like I said, it's very pixelated. But when we talk about these, you can see that these are vehicles, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you're talking about the vehicles in that parking lot, these would be kind of the ones towards the right side of the parking lot, like I guess closer to the funeral home than the ones over.
Yes.
All right. Can you push play? And now, focusing your attention here. Do you see this figure walking right here?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the person that you saw that you identified as the shooter?
Yes.
I want to watch. Can you go back? Can you play it again? Yes. It's very hard to see because it is pixelated, as Ranger Hill told us. I want you to watch to see if you can see a white car that runs up that side.
Yes.
You see that white car going
Yes.
up?
Yes.
Going
I do
quick?
remember.
Right. And at the time you see the white car, do you see the figure kind of ducking down
Yes.
between the cars? Is that how you remember seeing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, if the jury were shown, you see, let me orient you to this map. This is the parking lot, and these would be, I guess, those two cars that we're looking at that's on the right side. Now, you remember seeing him
Yes.
here, ducked between these two cars. Now, if the jury were shown that the shooter was right here, and I'm talking about this X, that's kind of either this X or this X, and you see that that's towards the front part of that parking lot.
Right.
If the jury were shown that he was there when that white car went through, does that video reflect that he was standing here, or does it reflect that he was standing in between these two cars?
By the two cars.
By the two cars, and that's what you remember seeing.
Yes.
Right. So and you weren't here for that, but you would agree that if you were standing where those other X's were, that you would be kind of standing to the right of those cars, and any car that's driving by would drive right by him. Right? And let me just show you again, just so you can be sure. So these X's here and here, they're to the right of these cars here. You would
Yes.
agree with that, right? So if a car is driving right here, they would be driving right by anybody that's standing here and here, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if he's here in between these cars and ducking down and hiding, this car is not able to see this guy.
That is correct.
All right. And we actually have video evidence of where he was standing exactly when the white car drives by.
Yes.
Okay. So, was there a point And obviously, everybody has heard, everybody's heard the terror in your voice, and Mr. Lamona's, and how awful all of this was for you to witness without being able to do anything about it. Was there a point when several officers showed up? They showed up to, I guess they were kind of there next to where you guys were at the funeral home.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and did you personally attempt to communicate with those officers what you had seen and what you were still seeing and witnessing?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Gilbert and I are yelling at them upon their arrival and after they exited their car that he's already inside.
Okay. And so you're telling them that he's inside.
Yes.
Were you pointing to the area where you went inside?
Yes.
So and if we could see on this map, so if you're here in the funeral home, are you pointing to this west side of the building?
Yes.
And telling them that he's gone inside?
Yes.
Did the officers that you talked to, how many do you remember being there?
2.
2. And you, look, if I could just show you, I think when we spoke, can you show us, you remember them being here on this street or around?
Well, actually, they're parked here in front of the Geraldine fence to the school.
Okay.
But this is Perez.
Got it.
So, like, right across.
And that's where you remember. And there were 2 officers. You told them, and did those officers then go immediately to where you told them and run inside the building?
No.
What did they do?
I believe, if I remember correctly, they got back into the car and went around the school.
Okay.
Towards the front of Robb.
Okay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, Judge. I'll pass the witness.
No questions. Recall either side. Oh, yeah.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, you are excused from the subpoena and you are not subject to recall. We would ask that you not talk to anybody about the case until you're aware the trial's over.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one.
Defense calls Guillermo Cantu.
All right, sir, would you raise your right hand, please, for me? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in this cause will be the truth, self you got.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat and adjust that microphone if you need to.
All right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cantu, when I called you to stand, I called you Guillermo. Is there another name that you typically go by?
I go by Willie.
Okay, so if I call you Willie or the state calls you Willie, you'd be okay with that as well?
Anything you want.
Sure, thank you, sir. So I want to start by giving the jury an understanding of why you're here. And so to do that, I'd like you to go through with the jury your training and your experience as a police officer. And I know that it's a long time, so just kind of start from the beginning and walk them through basically your resume and what you've done as a police officer.
Okay. I've been retired for a little over, or almost 3.5 years from the San Antonio Police Department. I graduated the police academy in 1989 and was stationed in the south side of town, B shift, which is a 1 to 11 type of shift. And shortly thereafter, there was an incident that actually put me out for a little bit, got injured on duty, and was placed on light duty for a little bit, a couple of months, and they put me in the SWAT office. I didn't ask for it, but they did. And as I was recuperating, well, I got shot chasing a car thief at that time. So as I was recuperating, I got to know the guys and just be around, and obviously I was kind of a dispatcher, so to speak, for them, facilitated different things, would run, check people for warrants, and provide them information for whatever database that I had. Then when I went back to patrol, there was an opening on SWAT, and I tried out, and I didn't make it initially. There were 2 openings, and that was fine. I only had 3 years on. I was pretty much a rookie. And then one came up, and I was selected to go to the SWAT team. From the SWAT team, I was there for 17 years. And obviously, you start out as a rookie to begin with. You're trying to learn everything as much as you can. They're putting you through training, whether it be from the officers that are there present that already know this experienced guys, or they send you to training schools, as you guys have already heard from other testimony. It seemed at that point that they had like an open checkbook. They were sending me to training after training, which was fine. And then obviously through, you validate that training through on-the-job experience and activity. And of course things evolve, tactics evolve, and you just try to learn to do your job as best as possible. We did a lot more than pretty much what's going on now. We ran a lot of warrants, whether they be arrest warrants or narcotic search warrants, and they were all no-knock warrants. And I know that's kind of controversial nowadays, but that's all we ran. I was not a bigger person. I wasn't necessarily a breacher at the time. I was more of a point guy, and somewhere in between, up in the front. We used the ballistic shields a lot back then because we did a lot of deliberate entries, meaning slow and methodical as you're doing building searches. And then again, things evolved. Me and another of my friends who happened to be a classmate went to a building assault class for MP5 submachine guns, and we brought a new set of tactics and an entry tactics, because we didn't really have a good method of dynamic entry at the time that I started. We were still evolving, and it was called immediate threat, and we transitioned to that. And so me and my colleague taught the rest of the team that. And then I began to get specialized. I was distraction device, less lethal instructor, chemical agents instructor, shield instructor, things like that. Other people did other things. You had snipers, you had breachers. We were somewhat trained in breaching, but we had the big boys to do that. You know, we had enough of the people. And then I went back to patrol for a couple of years, and then I was asked to go to a covert unit. And mind you, I'm still a patrolman at the patrolman's rank, and I'm asked to go to this covert unit called ROPE, Repeat Offenders Program. And as a uniform, not necessarily a presence, but we were kind of the ones that would stop the vehicles, knock down, and I'm using general terms, approach and arrest people in open areas and things like that. And obviously search them and transport them and things for the covert detectives that were there. And then I promoted at that time to detective, and I got to stay there as a covert detective, and was there for almost 9 years.
So, you know, and we kind of talked a lot on the front end. I want to go through a few of these things. So SWAT, you have 17 years on SWAT, which obviously requires a lot of training. SWAT stands for Special Weapons and Tactics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so describe, when we talk about special weapons, what kind of things are we talking about there?
Well, at the time I got onto SWAT, we were still carrying the revolvers. So I was given, and the SWAT guys did, had semi-automatic weapons that they got, a pistol, a handgun that they gave us, and it was a 9mm at the time. And then, so we had shotguns as well, and some of them were short-barreled shotguns, which obviously were not legal to the public. Short barrels are a lot easier to maneuver when you're inside close quarters. We had rifles, AR-15s at the time, and some guys had like some automatic weapons, but they were not really. It was like, hey, we got it on on a warrant, you know, they recovered the evidence and we kind of borrowed it, you know, but that was not everybody had them. We had the chemical agents, which we considered a weapon, and those were different at the time as well. You know, those evolved. At the time, we had less lethal, but less lethal was at the very beginning of what they pretty much started as what they are now. Breaching material was also pretty basic as well.
So, and I want to talk, so you talked about breaching material, and the jury's heard tons about it. But is it fair to say that when you're training with SWAT, you're training with a group of people, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of a team?
Correct.
And so when people will say, call SWAT, they're not like expecting one guy to show up. The SWAT team shows up and everybody has an assigned role.
Correct.
Okay, so, and as SWAT would show up, and really what I'm trying to do is differentiate SWAT between SWAT, active shooter, hostage, all those things. But as far as SWAT goes, the training for SWAT is that you train as a team, you have special weapons and that you're trained to use, such as maybe ARs, such as distraction devices, such as chemical weapons. Vests, what kind of vest would SWAT usually respond with?
We would have the rifle-rated vests primarily, because obviously those would also protect you against small arms. But again, we evolved. We had some big vests. They would tell us they were fitted, and they were not. They were very uncomfortable. And then we had ballistic helmets as well.
So the end of your time in SWAT, I guess, what year would that be at the end of your time?
I'm not good with math necessarily, but...
well, if you've been retired 3 years...
yeah, I retired in 2022.
Right. So, and the incident that we're talking about, the Robb Elementary mass murder of these children happened in 2022.
Right.
So I want to focus your training, SWAT training, things that you might have known, like how the SWAT teams existed at the time towards the end of your career, right? So the things that, I guess the way that people were trained and everything else with SWAT. So the idea with SWAT, or anybody who's received SWAT training, would be like you're going out as part of a team with your rifle-rated vest and your helmet and your rifle-rated shield and your AR-15 and your rifle and all of those things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and I mentioned that because the prosecution's mentioned that, you know, Adrian had SWAT training or whatever, but that would be a totally different kind of scenario than the one we're talking about here that was happening that day at Robb.
Right. I mean, SWAT training is an evolution. You start, obviously, from the beginning, and you're selected, at least in San Antonio. You actually go through a tryout. They have whatever kind of analysis that they do on you, and that evolved from the time that I started as well. It just so happened when I went through, they were hosting a basic SWAT school at the time, and they said, well, what better way to evaluate these applicants than to put them all through the basic SWAT school. So we went through pretty much a week-long analysis to be selected for that spot at least, but they couldn't do it every time there was an opening on SWAT.
Sure, and I mean, so it's a unit that is highly trained as a team for special weapons and tactics that you're assuming that whenever you guys roll out as a SWAT unit, you're rolling out with all of this equipment that you would normally have and have trained with, right?
Right.
Yeah, now, of course, you know, Willie Cantu, who just comes upon a situation, you may be SWAT trained or you may have gone and be on the SWAT team, but if it's just you, obviously things are going to be different. You would agree with that? Right.
You do kind of, you get into a mode sometimes if you're doing a lot of operations with the team, like warrants, or a lot of times we did crowd control and things like that. You get this kind of this commonality that you're operating with other people. And then and the good thing about us is that we did do directed patrol. we were proactive when we were doing high-risk warrants or critical incidents or training. They put us out in the hot spots of San Antonio, and we were in police uniform. We were in slick top cars where we had the lights were in the grill, and it was like go look for trouble, and we were bound to make arrests and things like that.
And so I want to talk a little bit about your experience. You told the jury that pretty soon after you started and became a police officer, you were shot in the line of duty.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you had other experiences that would be considered high-stress experiences?
Many.
And have you been trained on how stress can affect a police officer or a normal person that's going through traumatic or high-stress experiences, like how it affects their senses?
I wouldn't say train necessarily. You just kind of figure it out. I mean, yeah, you hear people say, hey, take deep breaths, try to focus on this and things like that. But I experienced those things where I started out being that guy, like, all over the place initially. And as you do things more often and then you train more and more, you get more confident in your abilities. And there's so many things that are going on, handling the weapon, where you position it, whether it be a pistol or a rifle, obviously making sure to be safe to the people that are around you, including the people you're pointing it to, your foot movements, your communication, where you should be looking. You get very comfortable with those things, and that lessens your stress when you're involved in what might be considered a stressful incident. And a lot of times, if you've been there before, that also helps, and it's even better if you were successful that time before.
So somebody who has not necessarily been in that kind of situation, and it sounds like from your career, you were part of units that would intentionally be in high-risk, high-stress situations.
Yes, sir.
All right. So somebody who had a career like yours in a major city with repeat offenders and no-knock warrants and all of those things, you would go through and have those experiences more often than, say, somebody who even has 10 years in a small town without those things.
The frequency of those experiences matter. I use a general term, we were in the mix. If you got out of the mix for a little bit, let's say you take a week-long vacation, it takes a while to get back into it once you get to work, because then you hit the ground running again. It's kind of weird. Even though you've done it for years, it takes you a while to catch back up, in a sense.
And so some of the materials the prosecution has entered into evidence talks about that these kind of skills are perishable skills, meaning that you can. What's a phrase that kind of sums up perishable skills about if you don't use it?
If you don't use them, you lose them.
Right. And so as far as the experiences that a human goes through in these high stress situations, can you talk about some of those experiences as far as like how your senses are affected?
Yeah, a lot depends on if you were surprised to begin with. If you were expecting it, that's a different approach at the beginning. If they come up on you and you're not expecting it, then you have to really catch back up to orient yourself. We've been talking about that OODA loop. Orient yourself to it, and then you start processing whatever you've recognized as what's going on at the time. But rephrase the question again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, sure. Like, well, I mean, have you heard of auditory exclusion?
Oh, right. That auditory exclusion, and that doesn't happen all the time. You lose your fine motor skills. You become very aware, like we've had people say, well, he pointed a gun at me, and because they're so stressed, describe the gun as a big gun, but because their eyes zoomed in on that gun, and it was not a very big gun. It's just perception distortion is what it is. A lot of times, in the tunnel vision that we've been talking about, you get focused on something and you're trying to orient whatever it is. You're not seeing a lot that's around it, and then you're having other stimuli coming in, that you may not hear, which is what you're talking about, the auditory exclusion.
Sure. And and you personally, having had these experiences and in your career and in these high-stress situations, have you experienced these things happening and you try to, I guess, correct for that, and you try to figure out, like, okay, I'm having tunnel vision, I need to kind of widen my periphery, and things like that, that is based on your extensive experience with these types of calls?
It's a lot of times it takes care of itself, and the more experience you get. Like I tell people, and it's not a boastful claim. I mean, I've seen pinpoint. I'm trying to think of the word. I just lost the word.
Accuracy?
No. I can't believe I lost the word. But my vision is wider when I've been trained and I'm more comfortable. It starts out pinpoint, and then as you get more comfortable, then your vision starts widening more and more. And I'm not saying it's like this and I'm just calm and cool. I'm just able to focus on more because I don't have to worry about so many other things.
And the purpose of this is to contrast somebody who's been in, I mean, you spent 17 years basically every day at the office was trying to confront somebody who was violent or potentially violent.
Correct.
Arresting somebody and running into their house or catching them as they're running out of the house with weapons. All of those things that was the substance of your career.
Correct.
Now, I want to go through, in this particular case, did we ask you to review the evidence and I guess all the things that you could access as far as what happened that day on May 24th, 2022 at Robb Elementary?
Yes, what I was provided, yes.
Yes.
And there was a lot.
Yes. In that review, I want to talk about, in terms of that review, did you apply your experience that you have, your training, in order to discuss with the jury your impression or your opinions about Adrian's actions as well as the actions of other officers there at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so that's what I want to start moving to. I guess can you tell us, in this situation, we know that it started with a wreck, and we know about these bailouts that you've heard, and just so that the jury's clear, because of your status as a witness who we are calling to kind of tie a lot of this together, you've been present in the courtroom, you're allowed to hear the other witnesses because you need to get that information as part of your opinion, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with the fact that you've been sitting here. As far as like the wreck and how that started and the bailouts and all of that, can you put that into perspective for the jury about a police officer who's responding to a call for something like that?
Adrian, or just anyone responding?
Adrian, but really any officer based upon your experience. Like, what does that do when we're talking about a call like this?
When an officer gets a call for service, obviously they get information from the dispatcher. And what we quickly learn is that a lot of, at least in San Antonio, I don't know if it is in Uvalde, they have a call taker that takes the information, and then it goes to the dispatcher. And then the dispatcher puts out the information. Some dispatchers are better than others. If it's a critical incident and people are frantic, well, then some of the information may not come across as you'd like. Once you get to information, you try to discern what's going on. Obviously, they'll give you a location, and you are supposed to respond. In this instance, it was an accident that was dispatched not directly to Adrian. And then shortly after, it was that the suspect has a gun. And that is another thing you have to process. What does that mean, that they have a gun? Is it displayed, or does it look like they have a gun? Is it under their clothing? We've had a lot of times things like that, where they move like this and they had a gun, and they put it out because some people think that you're going to respond faster if they put out that there's a weapon. We've had that happen as well. So you have to discern, is there really a gun there?
Sure. Now, and just to talk about that, you would agree that somebody having a gun, and you're going through like, do they really, do they not? But if it's dispatched that they have a gun and shots are fired.
Now it's a lot more real.
Right. Now, in your review of this, was the dispatch that went out, Mr. Limones described the shooter, described that he was running towards the school, shooting at the school, which would be shots fired, right?
Correct.
Was that information conveyed over the radio in its entirety? The fact that...
Not at the onset, no.
Right. And so an officer responding to that scene is that there is somebody who wrecked and the person has a gun and is going towards the school, or running towards the school.
Correct.
All right. So now I want to talk about in terms of, and what you've seen is, from the evidence, is how Adrian responded, is that when he gets there, he sees a person, Melody Flores, running. Without the description of what the person is wearing, talk about as an officer responding to a person is running towards the school with a gun, talk about how that would affect an officer, or what the proper thing for an officer to do in that situation.
Yes, and to be clear, that he believed it was a male, and at the time what he saw with Melody was she had short hair, and from that distance he thought it was a male. And he got tunnel vision on that person, in a sense, and I mean, obviously identified them and said, I need to go that way.
And is it appropriate? I mean, is that expected, that if, let's say you or somebody else is arriving and see somebody running towards the school after you've been told a person with a gun is running towards the school, is that appropriate to fix in on that person and to go after that person?
Yeah, you're searching for the person in question. And if you see no one else, which I have not heard of, that there was anyone else that they had to go, well, I don't know, is that person, then you focus on that person. And then you have to decide, what am I going to do? What am I going to do about it? Obviously, I mean, to me, if just anyone near a school with a weapon, I wouldn't take any chances.
That's right. So, we've seen the video of Adrian's car responding to Melody Flores, basically. And if I could, I'll show you this map. Can you use this pen and trace, and just trace the route?
The route of?
That Adrian took to get to Melody Flores. Like, where did he go and how did he drive?
Okay, it's not going to be exact because I'm looking at it through video and things like that.
Sure.
What I do know is, from what Adrian has described, he's coming this way on Geraldine. I would guess, what's that, kind of northeast bound in a sense. And this is where the crash site is right here, so he's coming this way. From the video that I see, he slows at the crash right here. You can see it from the funeral home. He slows down, and I mean, which is very reasonable to do, having to look over, are there more people? You got to see how bad the crash is, pretty much. And then I believe at that point, then he speeds up when he gets right here to this gate, of which he said is supposed to be closed and locked. It's wide open. And then I guess Melody Flores was over here. So you see Adrian speed up, and he comes this way, and he comes this way, and he gets this way right here to Melody. Now, mind you, there's no driveway. I mean, it looks like it right here, like people have been driving, but this is the driveway right here. He kind of goes off-road with a patrol vehicle.
And so, going off-road, does it look like he's traveling at a high rate of speed?
Oh, yes.
Now, in a situation like that, where he's received a call like that, and he believes he spotted somebody that, because we're talking about match the description, and I want it to be clear. The description he had is that somebody has a gun and is running towards the school. That's his description, right?
Right.
Now, a person, if they have a pistol and they're running away from you, Right, they have a pistol.
and they're running away from you. Can you tell if they have it here? Can you tell if they have a gun?
No,
Right. And so,
not from that distance at all.
Yes. And are you taught to assume that in a situation like this, that everyone is armed until you can see their hands and you know that they're not?
That's with a lot of things that are potentially suspect.
Right. So, because the idea is, and I think they beat that into y'all early, is that if you assume that somebody is not armed, that's when they're going to pull a gun from somewhere and end your life.
Well, when I got shot, that was kind of the case.
Did you assume that he wasn't?
No, I didn't assume that he wasn't, but I saw his hands clearly, and he had a screwdriver in one of them, so which told me he was stealing the car.
And then where did he pull the gun from?
It must have been from his waistband, because I never saw the weapon. It happened really fast. I caught up to him, and he spun around, was kind of running backwards. He shot from the hip. I saw the flashes, but I never saw the gun.
And did you have your vest on?
I was off duty.
You were off duty.
Yeah, no vest.
And so I want to talk about that a little bit. The idea
of running after somebody, and you said you didn't know he was armed. Now, if you were told that he was armed, right, that he had a gun, somebody had told you that he had a gun. The idea of running after somebody as they're running, you've been told they have a gun, that is a dangerous situation. You would agree?
I would keep more distance.
Sure, you would, but you would agree that it's dangerous to go after somebody that you know has a gun.
Well, we're always reactive. Well, not always. I mean, most of the time, law enforcement are reactive.
Right.
And action beats reaction. So we're always trying to catch up to situations. A lot of the times, I say always, a lot of the times.
And so my point is that Adrian didn't pull up to,
Let me look at this map.
Adrian didn't pull up.
And I think just so we can get it out there, you agree that
It is reasonable that Adrian believed that the person running that way was the person that they're talking about, who was armed.
Very reasonable. Yes.
Very reasonable. So let's go from the mindset of somebody who is responding. They see that. Adrian did not continue on Geraldine.
No.
Right? He didn't go around the school to say, let me go try to meet this shooter over here on the other side of the school.
Correct.
He went directly after the person that had the gun, that he thought.
And like I've said, our tactics was at the time, and not his, but immediate threat. You go towards the threat.
That's right. And with everything that he had, and knowing, because you've seen that video as well that I just showed with Ms. Martinez, you've seen the video of the shooter in between those cars.
Yes, sir.
You've heard the testimony of Mr. Lamones that he saw what we know to be Adrian's car, and he saw the shooter at the same time, and there was no way that Adrian could have seen the shooter.
No. And again, that's what tunnel vision does. You know, it can be very pinpoint, and unless you've experienced it, then you'll understand just how bad it can be. It causes what I've learned to describe inattentive blindness. It's like when you get stressed, I'm late for work, and I need to find my keys to my car. I can't find my keys. And you have them in your hand. That's inattentive blindness because you're stressed. And granted, you know, maybe your last time to be late. I don't know, but it's even worse when other things are going on. Now, mind you, Adrian was also driving fast. He was going code 2 from where he was responding, so that adds to your stress trying to get to a location safely without running anybody over, getting to an accident yourself.
And so him attempting to and trying to go after the person he thinks is the shooter, you would agree is him intentionally putting himself into a potentially dangerous situation.
Yeah, yes, because what I learned from how they handled bailouts, all these bailouts we keep hearing about, was they would establish somewhat of a perimeter to make sure that they didn't come into the school. So holding outside would have been reasonable, believing that it was a bailout. Instead, Adrian, for one, volunteered for the call, which he didn't have to, and it's an accident. But when he hears that they have a gun near the school, well, that's his actually, and I won't say jurisdiction. It's just area of responsibility. Sure. He's a police officer. He's supposed to respond to what he might think is a danger to the kids. So he goes directly to what he thinks is the threat, because he doesn't hear that there's any more people involved at this point.
Right, and you know that from the radio traffic. We also know from Melody Flores that the grounds had been cleared of students and others. By the time that she starts running, there's no more students that are around or any more teachers. She's the only one out there. So, you know, when you tried, I mean, when you went after a guy who was running from you, he turned around and shot you and could have killed you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and I guess it just, because I really want to establish here that Adrian is not running away from what he thinks is the threat. He's running towards what he thinks is the threat.
Right. Then you have to decide what you're going to do when you get there.
That's right. And I'm assuming the options would be run them over with a car if you can identify them. Get out.
That may be one.
Sure. I mean, get out. But if you're trying to get out of your vehicle while you're right up there next to a person, they're going to have you at a little bit of a disadvantage while you're trying to exit. Do you see what I mean?
Again, you're reacting. I mean, we have rules that we have to play by. Adrian didn't have a body camera, but now you have body cameras. There's those things get scrutinized, and we have to follow whatever training, whatever laws pertaining to, you know, even the suspects right at the time.
Sure. And you know, because if he never was clear, never did identify that, hey, this is one of the coaches or the teachers at the school, what he thought. And he runs that person over, then he would have problems, you know, in that situation.
Very much.
So, but as far as, I guess what I'm saying is if I run to a shooter, if I'm driving to a shooter and now I'm parked right next to them and they really are a shooter, how do I get out of my car without this guy just starting right into the car? But if he was willing to do that, you can see that he's willing to do that because he does it.
I'm going to object to reading this witness, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So as far as so we have, like, we're in that situation. Now I want to talk about when Adrian is on that south side. You've heard that there's radio traffic from Adrian that says shots fired. Now I want to talk about echo. So can you explain, in your experience, that idea about echo?
Yeah, echo, just depending on whatever location that you're at, the sound, what they call the rapport, it bounces off hard surfaces. That's why you see sometimes, like in sound rooms, they'll have, you know, these soft types of panels that absorbs the sound. But if it's a brick wall, if it's a hard floor, it echoes a lot because it bounces off those waves. And in open areas with multiple buildings and things like that, that sound, especially from a high-powered rifle, will bounce further, and it's hard to discern, even with an echo, where it might be coming from.
And is that common in, I think, every officer's experience that you know, except for perhaps Ranger Hill?
Ask that again, I'm sorry?
The echo and it being hard to discern the location of shots.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Ranger Hill said he could do it, but the officers that you know and the experiences that you have is that it's
Objection, sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So so when somebody is in that position where Adrian is, and shots are being fired, can it be difficult to locate where the shots are coming from?
Especially if you're on the opposite side of where they're coming from.
And why?
Because it's blocked. The rapport is blocked from even getting to them. So it's either coming up or whatever. It's not, obviously you can't visualize it or see it, but that's why you have these other witnesses that describe what sound like a dumpster, not shots, what sound like fireworks. I'm sure that's what Adrian was hearing as well.
Well, talk about because we know now that he was with a witness, Melody Flores, but she is when she testified that she was inconsistent, I guess.
Objection to leading the witness, Your Honor, and to the sidebar.
All right, Officer Stanley, if you'll rephrase it, please.
I'm just confused on the sidebar.
Is it sustained a leading? Because I didn't think it was I wasn't trying to do a sidebar. I was trying to set up the expert.
Yep. Okay, go ahead and rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge. Did you hear Melody Flores testify?
I did.
Okay. And what directions, plural, did she say that these shots were coming from, or that she told the ranger that the shots were coming from?
She said he's over there, he's over there.
Did she also testify, or did you hear her testify about where she believed the shooter entered the building?
On the south side.
Right. So I want to talk about frantic witnesses, or witnesses that have gone through and seen these things. Are they always going to accurately convey what's happening?
No, and I think we've seen that in this trial so far, and how they testify and what they said and the interviews. No disrespect to Miss Flores at all. She was definitely there, experienced all the trauma that was going on, but people process that type of stuff differently. And based on her testimony, and of course I also listened to 2 of her interviews with the Rangers, there was a lot of the information wasn't really very clear. And obviously, one of them, the first one was like 7 days later. I was an investigator for 9 years, so I've interviewed people as well to try to extract the same type of information. And then you kind of have an idea of whether they're, I'm not going to say she's not credible at all, but whether that information is credible at the time.
And so let me give you a hypothetical. I mean, I guess you're placed in this position where Adrian's placed, speaking to a witness. And the witness is telling you that he is going into the south side of the building. Do you have sight on the south side of the building?
Somewhat, yes.
Right. So from here, you can see what's happening here.
Right.
Okay. So if a witness is telling you that a person is going into the south side, and you see that that's not happening, what do?
Well, you're still trying to figure it out, because he even drove by that place. He didn't see anyone up this way, so he's trying to process the information. It appears he's trying to process the information like, I already know, I have like history through there, and I didn't see anyone. So who are you? That's why he said who is that way.
Sure. And so if your eyes are telling you that this witness, what she is saying, is not actually happening, do you have to go back through, and just hypothetically, like going back through the OODA loop and going back through where you have to observe, orient, decide, and act?
That's a very hard thing to explain to people because they don't experience it, but you're correct. You have to reassess what's going on, and not to mention there's other things coming in. He's got 2 radios on him that have a lot of probably chatter and traffic, as would any critical incident would happen. Most likely sirens going on as officers are arriving. Whatever he might see and people coming and arriving, he has to take all that into account. At the same time, listen to this witness.
And at the same time, are shots being fired?
Correct.
Okay. So here, and I guess my point being that if your ears and your eyes are telling you that what the witness is saying is untrue, or just not accurate, do you automatically just run off to wherever the witness has told you if your other senses are telling you that it's not accurate information?
No, it takes different people different amounts of time to figure out that's the action I need to take. And again, not being sure where it's coming from, is it going to stay there? If it's going on over there, is it going to stay there, or is it going to move somewhere else?
And were you able to hear what Melody Flores had told the Rangers and the DNA investigator about how long she was standing there speaking with Adrian Gonzales?
2 to 7 minutes.
2 to 7 minutes. Now we know it couldn't be 7 because 7, a lot of other stuff is happening. But in the 2 to 3 minute range, if she is there, talking to him, telling him things, just in a hypothetical, is that another thing that is distracting or is not, I guess, is it another thing that's other pieces of information that makes it difficult to discern what's actually happening?
Very much so, yes.
Now, we heard, and I want to talk about when we know that Adrian has processed where he believes the shooter is based upon his senses and what Melody Flores is telling him. What is the point where we can all say, we know that Adrian has processed that information?
When he starts broadcasting
Right.
the information that he believes is pertinent.
Right. And so before that, we don't know how he's taking the information, what information he's having to sift through. But once he broadcasts the information, we know that he's processed it and he's sending it out to others.
Right.
Right. And in your listening and in your experience with the radio traffic, has Adrian consistently broadcast the things that he's seeing when he's seeing them?
I believe that whatever he broadcasts was pretty much the right information, because a lot of times you should just give the clip notes and not give a speech on the radio, because other people need to broadcast. Because a lot of times people under stress, they don't also broadcast the right stuff either. So I believe the information that was provided was sufficient.
Yeah, and I guess what I mean is, as well, is that the broadcast, typically shots are fired and he broadcasts shots fired.
Correct.
He doesn't wait a minute and say shots fired. He says it at the time he perceives it.
Right, because at the time he knows that other people are on the way, other officers.
He's on the west side of the building, teacher parking lot, supposedly wearing black, supposed to be wearing black. I guess that is the moment that we know he's processed where this guy is.
Right.
Okay, so in evaluating that, where is the shooter and what has happened at the time that Adrian broadcast this information?
He is by the door.
And
the west door, I'm sorry.
The west door.
Yes.
That's the upper door. And so, and I want to talk about cutting the pie, because one of the things the prosecutor said from opening statement is that Adrian had to get to that wall and try to distract, on that south side of the building. Were you able to look at the air conditioning unit in the fenced-in area around the air conditioning unit at the south side of the building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go through and talk about some of the complications of trying to get around that and what a person would have to do.
Well, for one, it was fenced in with like a chain link fence, so to try to gather as much information as you can, you want to see through that as well, and it's not easy. It's not to mention one side and then another side to see what's going on. That's one thing, and then to get up to that corner, because that in and of itself is not really covered at all. Bullets can actually go through that fencing there as well. And then obviously determine, is he still shooting? Is he coming my way? Is he going away from me? And move accordingly to what you see. And pieing the corners, as people call it, it can be taken quickly, or it can be taken slowly and methodically. Quickly, you being under stress, you lose a lot of the information that you're trying to gather. But slowly and methodically, in a dynamic situation, is too slow, so to speak. But it's taught slow and methodically first.
And so when we're talking about trying to use this building as cover, and just to remind everybody, by the time he's communicated that he knows where this guy is, the guy's inside the building. He's not over here anymore anyway, he's inside the building.
Right.
Okay, but let's assume after the communication, he goes over here. I think, can you explain to us, with this AC unit causing this issue, like how does somebody pie that corner, and where do they have to end up going?
Well, to get a better view of what you need to see, it's better to stay out wide right here and come out wider this way. If you come up and hug it, you don't see as much information as quickly as you'd like to see. So it's best to come out wide and give you a little bit of room to be able to see what's going on. I mean, you also have to worry about cover being taken this way. behind these cars. You're trying to figure out the actions of the suspect. What we know now, and again, it's all hindsight, is that that's the path he took based on the evidence that we see.
That's right. And so had Adrian done that, and he is like trying to pie this corner, the shooter's already where we see these X's by the time he has understood where the person is, and now he's trying to pie this corner.
Right.
If somebody does pie the corner out wide, and somebody is here, what is the backdrop for the person who's had to go around that corner?
Well, anything that's up this way and across the street,
And
it
if,
looks like a residence.
and if here, shooting this direction, what's the backdrop? If they're out here, shooting this way?
Well, you have the building and whatever its construction is made out of, the brick, and then you have to worry about the windows that are there.
Same backdrop that they would have.
Correct.
If you're out here and shooting into there that way, or at somebody who's there.
There's definitely concerns from both ways.
But we know that at the time that we're talking about, the shooter wasn't there anyway.
Correct.
All right. So as far as having time to respond, when you talk about specifically having time to respond, by the time that he understands and broadcasts out where he believes the shooter is, based on hearing the witness, hearing the shots, all of those things, does he have time to respond to the shooter over on that west side of the building?
No.
Because why?
Because he's still trying to assess. I also, one thing that we haven't necessarily mentioned, and we're talking about hindsight, and I spoke to Adrian. I've actually obviously listened to the interviews given by Sergeant Coronado and some of the other officers. They believe that this was a bailout and not an active shooter necessarily. And they're acting accordingly to what they've been doing.
Self-serving statements as to anything Adrian Gonzales would have said,
Your Honor, as an expert witness, he's entitled
That
to...
doesn't make it admissible. He can give opinions, but he can't base it on inadmissible evidence.
He can make his opinion, or 703, make his opinion based upon any hearsay.
But
or
not
anything
testify
else.
to the underlying facts if it's
All right,
admissible.
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
So I guess what we're talking about...
But that would be to his direct conversation, not to the statement that he listened to, because it's already in evidence. So if you'll rephrase it.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. Well, I mean, and let's talk about Coronado. Let's talk about Sergeant Page. Let's talk about, like, the people who were there and the people who were, and Adrian in his statement that he gave. The bailout problem in Uvalde at that time was very, I guess, it was very real. It was very present.
Yes, sir. A lot.
And so I guess talk about what that does. If you assume something is one thing, does it make it harder to respond maybe accurately to the information that you're gathering?
Well, they're two different situations. From a bailout, what they're conditioned to, and I don't believe they had any training in handling bailouts, it just happened and they would deal with them, then you're in that mode and that mindset of what I need to do. My conversation with Adrian, I wanted to know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's fine. So as far as, and I just...
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
So what the judge has ruled is, like, as far as your conversation with him, we can't talk about that. The prosecutor's objected to hearsay. But as far as just the things that you've seen in the evidence, right, and what you've heard testified to, I think every teacher that we had up here talked about the bailouts.
Yes.
Okay. So just talking about that in the sense of, like, when you said conditioned, an officer can get conditioned based upon like this prevalent thing happening. What do you mean by that?
It happens frequently. It goes along with the training. When you train someone on something, especially tactics, whatever time frame that is, let's say 16 hours, then you're in that mindset of this is what we're going to be dealing with, let's say active shooter training. But in a real situation, and you're like, I've identified this as this, in this situation of bailout, well, that's where my mind goes to, and this is what I think I need to do and handle it. Whenever the situation changes on you, now you have to go back through your mind and bring up whatever training from whatever time you went through it and start implementing what you think you should do at the time. And different people handle that different ways.
Well, let's talk about how a different person handled it a different way. heard testimony that Coronado, Mendoza, Salcedo are on the west side of the building with line of sight to the shooter as the shooter is moving up the building. You've heard that?
Yes.
When Coronado, did you hear the testimony that Coronado called out at some point as he's going around the building that he thinks the shooter has gotten into the building?
Yes.
Okay. So how did Coronado respond to thinking that the shooter got into the building?
He believed that he was going to run through the building and spit out back out this way. I say spit out, come back out this way. And therefore, he went around this way to intercept him as he came out.
All right. And does that action tell you his mindset about what he's thinking is going on?
I believe he's thinking that it's a bailout.
It's a bailout. And that he's going to run through here.
Yes, sir.
Right. Because you would agree that Coronado, after he gets around here to this side, you can obviously see that he did not run through. And then here's those shots. Coronado takes action as well and runs into the school.
Yes.
All right. So, and I just want to talk about the fact that this is not about Coronado trying to avoid engaging. It's about a complete mistake in the intention of the person going into the school.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So and so if Officer Coronado is so wrong, I mean, because obviously that's just it's in hindsight you look at it and go, what are you doing, right?
Correct.
Right. But at the time, assuming good faith, which I assume good faith on Coronado's behalf, assuming good faith, he thinks that that's what this situation is.
Yes.
Okay. So any other officer who is confused about the situation, is that reasonable?
Very reasonable, yes.
All right. So now going to, I guess going to the point where Coronado has come around, and we hear the shots that are coming from inside the building. Can it be difficult to determine with rifle fire like that? Can it be difficult to determine whether shots are coming from inside a building or outside a building?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so like, well, we can hear on Coronado's body cam, those shots are loud, loud.
Yes.
And they're echoing off buildings,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Can it be difficult to determine whether shots are coming from inside a building or outside of a building?
It could be difficult, yes, especially if you're on the opposite side of the building.
And so did you, in your investigation and in looking at this case, were you able to pinpoint a time when Adrian knew in his mind that there were shots coming from inside of the building?
When he said that he saw them coming out of the window on the east side.
Right. And so at the point, now, I say pinpointed time, that's the thing, but is there anybody that can say what time that bullet actually came out of that window?
No.
And after the bullet comes out of the window, do we see Adrian take action?
Yes.
And what action do we see him take?
Well, by then, I believe Paige is with him, and they go towards the south entrance of the school.
And do they enter the school?
They enter the school.
And so, briefly, when they enter that school and enter that hallway, what does the hallway look like?
It's full of smoke from the gunpowder, as it appears.
In the, and have you been in I mean, maybe not, I don't think many have ever been in a situation specifically like this, but have you been in a situation where you are entering into a dangerous hallway or a dangerous area in your career?
Yes, lots of times.
All right, and when you are doing that, do you do that with the knowledge that you could be killed at any moment going in there?
It's a different scene. You go from the outside, which you've pretty much been out there for however long he was, and then you enter a school that he's not necessarily familiar with. And obviously you've seen that a weapon has been fired inside, then you have to discern which classroom. Obviously, they know that there's classrooms in there, and is he around the hallways and one of the insets of the doorways and things like that. You have to assess that situation.
And so, going into that kind of situation, do you go into it knowing that your death can occur?
Yes.
As far as your active shooter training, you've also been trained in active shooter training.
Yes, sir.
Now, when active shooter training says go towards the gunfire, you have to know where the gunfire is coming from first.
Right.
If there is no cover and you don't know where the gunfire is coming from, what is your training when it comes to that?
Well, there's other training that I've been through that you be careful when you're moving forward and toward whatever you think is a threat. Just because one training say course tells me that I must do this, I mean, I don't think any officer would go, okay, thank you, that's what you said, and I would just go because you said so. There's other things that come into play that you've been trained on or conditioned for before that. And like I mentioned, different people process information differently, you know, and maybe they didn't learn how to approach or move forward through a hallway.
Well, and as far as the, Mr. Witzkel's training that he gave, in reviewing the photos that the state's put into evidence, does it appear that even in Mr. Witzkel's training, they are with somebody else, they are moving around and through with an AR-15, and that's kind of how they're trained to respond to something like and that's specific active shooter training?
Yes, I was watching it from YouTube, so I didn't get to see everything that was shown up this way, because different times, but the pictures that I saw, there were more than one person.
Right, and an AR, not a pistol.
Correct.
And so, as far as I want to kind of move to the, I guess, the school security. Do you have a background in what you do now in advising schools and school security?
I'm a safety security consultant for some charter schools in Texas.
So tell me about the specific failures that you noted in the security that allowed kind of unfettered access to these children.
Well, there's layers of security that you have to take care of and not completely rely on law enforcement all the time. Initially, and people do this in their own homes, you keep the doors locked, the exterior doors locked, and the interior doors locked at all times. If you're going to prop open a door, it needs to be manned, and not manned by you, because you're busy going in and out and grabbing whatever you need to. Someone has to stand there at that time and make sure no one's going to come in. And then you close it behind you and obviously lock it when you're done with it. The protocols of the drills to condition the people to react and respond to.
So in your analysis of this case, did you see that when the shooter came to that school that day, that the west door, the outward west door, was unlocked?
It was, yes. It didn't look like he even thought it was locked.
And then the south door that Adrian and Donald Page went into, was that unlocked?
They didn't use keys, they just opened the door.
In the classrooms where the shooter went in 111 and 112, was 111 unlocked?
That's what I'm hearing.
And so as far as when it comes to school security, in the way that you consult, would all of these be obviously security violations that could result in something like this occurring?
Yes, sir, especially if they were prevalent. Someone should, in the administration, should be checking those doors regularly, and then obviously reporting when they don't, when they're not locked, and report them to the principal or whatever. I've had to do that in certain schools where they were constantly unlocked.
And the as far as the sure. Yeah, so the because I'm sure the prosecutor will ask you about, well, the 3 minutes, and he's out there for 3 minutes. How, I mean, what in your experience, what is going on during those 3 minutes that's causing Adrian to be where he is before he eventually goes into the school?
I think initially it was just to determine that it was actually an active shooter and assessing that situation, taking in all the information that was coming to him from listening, whatever he's hearing out there. However, Melody is talking to him, things that he's visualizing, people in different places, hearing the sirens coming and things like that. There's a lot to absorb.
Now, as far as Randy Hill, who went to the top there and just stood on a corner, did you see that he ever made any move once the gunfire started happening to drive around to the school and try to locate the shooter?
I didn't see any of that. I mean, I just had heard, I wanted to know who got that call first, and it turned out to be him. And then when I discovered, again, through what I've seen on the video that's been shown and where he was, as a police officer, it really surprised me that he was right there and just pretty much taken out of I'd say a tertiary role.
I'll pass it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to start with that statement you just made about Hill.
Yes, sir.
He was called, the dispatch sent him to that corner, did it not?
That's what I'm hearing, yes, sir.
And so you were surprised that he stayed at that corner taking a tertiary role? What does that mean?
He's holding down a perimeter on the, I'd say, probably the third part of the perimeter. You have the hot zone, and then there'd be a perimeter on the outside of the building, and then he's like out there on the street.
Okay. But you will agree that with the testimony that when he arrived, Adrian Gonzales, the gunman was already inside the building?
When Mr. Hill?
Yes.
I'll agree, yes, sir.
Okay. And you will agree that gunfire inside a building is muffled as opposed to outside the building?
Yes, sir.
And you will agree that, do you have any testimony that Randy Hill heard the gunfire?
No, sir.
But you said that you were surprised that he took such a tertiary role because dispatch had said man with a gun heading toward the school, correct?
Correct.
So he should have headed toward the school.
I believe so.
Just like if you hear gunfire, you should head toward the gunfire.
After assessing it, you should.
But you have no evidence that Randy Hill heard the gunfire?
No, sir. Very little evidence of Randy Hill at all.
Fair enough. Now let's go back to the very beginning of the testimony. We talked about the initial dispatch. Did you listen to the dispatch tapes?
Yes, sir.
So you heard the dispatch that it was a man with a gun?
Correct.
And that he was headed to rob school?
From what I understood, I didn't hear headed. It was just a suspect with a gun is what it was.
Okay. And then that shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
And heading to rob?
Correct.
And whether this was a bailout or heading to rob, it could be both. Correct?
Both what, sir?
Both a bailout and a man with a gun, shots fired, heading to rob.
Oh, yes.
And that, just that information alone is sufficient to put you on notice that people that rob are in danger, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And as far as whether it was a bailout or protecting the school, you saw Adrian Gonzales' statement that he made.
To the ranger?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And he said the wreck, that was Uvalde's jurisdiction, correct?
I don't know. I don't remember him saying that exactly.
May I approach, Your Honor? Does that help you with your memory?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did Adrian Gonzales say, "I didn't respond to the wreck, that's the police department's business"?
Right.
In fact, he said, "I'm heading over there because the guy's going to the school and has a gun. That's what I'm going to, the school."
I think that's a very good reason to respond as a school officer.
So if Coronado is concerned about going to a bailout, that is not necessarily what Adrian Gonzales is concerned about, correct?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, sir.
If Coronado is concerned that it's a bailout, Adrian Gonzales told the ranger that he didn't go because of the bailout, he went because there was a man going to rob with a gun.
Okay. And what was the question? I mean, you're telling me two different things.
That's a different mindset, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the confusion that Coronado has about a bailout is not the confusion that Adrian Gonzales has, that the reason he's going there is to protect the school, correct?
It could be, yes, sir.
And the dispatch was, there's a man with a gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Adrian Gonzales said to law enforcement that he saw a lady in peach or orange and she was running, correct?
He didn't say a lady.
What did he say?
Oh, I'm sorry. He did say a lady initially, yeah. Yeah, he did say a lady initially, yes. I'm kind of going back to what he eventually said, that he didn't think it was a lady, or he realized later that it was a male.
He said it was a lady in peach that was running.
Right.
And I want to talk about the echo situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Adrian Gonzales is standing at the east of the 4th grade wing, correct?
Kind of southeast, yes, sir.
Southeast. Could you show us about where you believe he was standing?
Well, just from the indication, I mean, it's saying that he was, that's his car right here. So I'm believing he's standing right around either in front or in back or this way, yes, or on the side here.
And he says that at that point, I believe you said at that point, Echo could confuse where he was, where the shots were coming from.
Correct.
From this position, could he see these east grounds?
Yes.
And would you agree the gunman wasn't there?
Correct, yes.
Could he see these south grounds?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree the gunman wasn't there?
Correct.
And he had a witness talking to him, right?
Correct.
And you're saying to this jury that she provided accurate information?
I believe it's accurate, yes.
That he was wearing black, and that he was over at the teacher's parking lot?
Correct.
And if you hear gunshots, and you hear that he's wearing black, and hear that he's over at the teacher's parking lot, active shooter would say to go to the gunfire, wouldn't it?
That's kind of a general statement, to go to the gunfire. I mean, they haven't really said how you go to the gunfire, and people will approach it differently.
But to go to the gunfire, they do say that.
Or go close, or I get what they say, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's gospel, so to speak.
So in active shooter training, when it says close on the gunfire, you're saying don't do that?
I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying assess it and close in on the gunfire as safely as possible.
As safely as possible?
Yes, sir.
And cover is what as safely as possible?
It can be.
And from his position, he knows that the shooter's not here.
Right.
And he knows the shooter's not here.
Correct.
And he has cover, does he not, between the gunman and where he is?
Oh, he doesn't know that completely, because he doesn't know exactly where the gunman is on that side. We know we keep pointing out this way, obviously, but he doesn't know if he's this way, and about to pop out or whatever. You have to anticipate all these.
So you should stand there for the next 3 minutes.
30 minutes?
3 minutes?
I don't know what he was doing at that time, but there's a lot of information to take in.
You said you got a lot of information. You know he stood there for 3 minutes.
That's what I'm hearing, yes.
That's what you're hearing, or that's what your review showed?
I didn't count it as 3 minutes, because
How did you
amongst
count
other
it?
things, I counted it less than 3 minutes.
Did you count it as a minute up this hallway? I mean, outside the west side?
Count what as a minute?
The time that the gunman was shooting as Adrian Gonzales was standing over here.
No, sir.
How long did you count this?
I didn't count it.
So it could have been a full minute.
If that's what you're saying, I'm sure it'd be.
And then in the hallway for the next 45 seconds, shots going on in the hallway. Did you count that 45 seconds?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay, so now we're at 1 minute and 45 seconds and Adrian Gonzales is still standing at the south side?
He's there, yes, sir. I don't know if he's just standing there with his,
And shots being fired inside this building, those are shots that Coronado hears about the same distance away from Adrian Gonzales, maybe further. Correct?
I'm believing Coronado, isn't he coming from here, sir?
So further away than Adrian.
Right.
And he says, after he hears the shots, does it take him 2 seconds to say shots fired, get in the building?
I didn't count that number. I just know that he is responding and running, and he says shots fired in the building, get in there.
Was it almost immediately?
What was almost immediately?
Coronado.
When he heard them, yes.
Heard the shots saying, shots fired, get in the building.
When he heard them, yes.
Okay. And Adrian Gonzales was here during these 16 shots, these 24 shots, and an additional 60 shots. And he's still standing here, correct?
Again, I don't know if he's just standing there still and just hoping not to move, or
Do you believe he's standing there hearing an echo that Coronado doesn't hear?
I don't know.
Adrian Gonzales told the Rangers the sequence of when Melody Flores, let me just ask about Melody Flores for a second. You heard Melody Flores' testimony.
Yes, sir.
That she was concerned for the kids.
Correct.
So she ran toward potential danger instead of staying in lockdown.
Correct.
Does that indicate to you that she was concerned about the kids?
Yes, sir.
And protecting the kids?
Yes.
And making sure they're safe?
Yes.
And so she stayed there until the last kid got in the door. Does that indicate to you she's worried about the kids?
That I don't know. If she stayed there till the last kid got in the door, I didn't.
And so when Adrian Gonzales drives up, and Melody Flores says, I told him, he's over there, he's in black, and Adrian says, where? And she points to it. Does that indicate to you somebody that would have done that immediately upon seeing the police officer?
Did Melody would have?
Yes.
No.
She'd wait a minute or so and then say, by the way, he's over there, the teacher's parking lot, wearing black. That's your testimony.
Wait a minute and say.
She waited a full minute to tell Adrian Gonzales that the shooter was wearing black. He was at the teacher's parking lot.
I get what you're saying now. No.
You know, she said that immediately, didn't she?
I'm sure she said a lot of things immediately.
Okay. And Adrian Gonzales told the ranger that she tells me he's over there. She was pointing, saying he's over there. He's dressed in black. I say, where? She says the teacher's parking lot. Correct? And that's when he hears rounds going off.
That's what the transcript says.
That's what he told the ranger, correct?
Right.
So a teacher says what he's wearing, which you say is accurate, where he is in the teacher's parking lot, which is accurate, and she's pointing, and as that's going on, he hears the shots going off, correct?
I don't think it's as clear cut as you put it out.
Excuse me?
I don't think it's a clear cut as you're putting it out.
You don't think it's as clear cut as Adrian Gonzales told the Rangers?
No. That's my assessment, sir. I believe there's a lot of context missing in between all that information.
The context that's missing is this 3 minutes, correct?
That's what you're saying, yes, sir.
And you don't know how long it was
How long what was?
before Adrian went inside.
You're saying 3 minutes, so I'll take you at
Did you
your word.
watch the funeral home tape?
I did.
Did you see when Adrian pulled up
At what point?
and parked? Did you see Adrian pull up and drive to the south side and estimate when he parked?
No, you can't see that.
You can't see him drive over that area and then estimate the last few seconds?
You can see him drive to that area and then he disappears once he gets past that building. But to estimate when he parked, I'd say, I wouldn't even call it parking, I'd say when he stopped.
Okay. But at any rate, you did continue watching the funeral home video to see that Paige arrives about 2 minutes and 45 seconds later.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, sir, if you say so.
And that's when he joins Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Adrian Gonzales, by the funeral home tape, is still there for at least 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay.
And every second counts in an active shooter situation, doesn't it?
It does.
That is, the two things that are important are the police officer to go to the gunfire, find the gunman, correct? Before the gunman gets to the victims.
Find the source of the fire. That's what you're saying, yes, sir.
And every second, more victims can die if a police officer is standing and waiting.
That's a wide assessment, but I mean, you don't know if he's actually doing that. I don't mean to sound ignorant about it, but you have to know that he's actually shooting someone. I mean, he could be shooting into the building like he was, or he's still a danger, understandable.
Sure, 100 shots in the elementary school, that's not a danger to children during a school day.
Oh, no, that's a big time danger, yes, sir.
You would have stood there for 3 minutes?
Me?
Yes.
I wasn't there, sir.
You would have stood there for 3 minutes?
I was not there and experiencing everything that was being experienced. I think it would be an unfair assessment on my part with myself personally, and my training, my experience. I would probably absorb information a lot different.
And quicker?
I would like to think so.
And go?
Or not, I don't know. It depends on what they were seeing at the time. I think that's what I mean about the context missing, about what he was observing in other places. That's just to be fair, sir.
And during that 3 minutes, if you saw a police car, you would call for the police car to come over and give you cover while you're hearing the gunfire, the 100 shots going off inside a school?
If I was there for 3 minutes?
Yes.
I cannot accurately say that, sir.
You're saying one of your possibilities, 3 minutes of listening to 100 shots, you would have called a police car over to give you cover?
Well, you would also know that other people are responding and they might be on the other side as well. So giving information and then hoping that they're coming where you think they might go is another consideration you should take.
In active shooter, you were taught priority of life scale?
I do.
Innocent civilians first?
Correct.
And then police officers?
Correct.
And if 100 gunshots are going off around a school, 60 to 80 of those inside a school building, that indicates innocent civilians are in trouble.
Correct, but I don't think he was counting the shots at the time, sir.
It's just more than one.
It's right, definitely.
And so on the priority of life scale, the civilians are in trouble. You know the gunman's inside where the shots are coming from, but you're asking cover for yourself, correct? That's what Adrian did, right?
Yeah, that's what happened, yes.
And so that's kind of an issue that you as a police officer have had to deal with in your career as a police officer, that you have to put innocent civilians' lives ahead of your own safety.
Kind of?
Yes, sir.
It just depends on the situation, yes, sir.
I mean, that's something you deal with as a police officer, isn't it?
Not always, but it is a consideration.
But you have to put the civilian safety ahead of your own sometime. That's kind of why you're a police officer.
Yes, sir.
That's why they give you training.
Hopefully it's the right training, yes, sir.
To do it appropriately.
Correct.
and as safely as possible.
Yes, sir.
Because when a civilian needs you, they have the right to expect you to help them, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
And
it.
thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir.
As the witness.
Yes, Judge. So, you know, I kind of want to talk about Coronado first.
I figured he'd say that. So let's go back to what we know about Coronado, what we've heard from their own expert.
Coronado calls out right here that he thinks that the shooter is inside the building. Did you see that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And goes around. Now, what the prosecutor asked is that Coronado, when he heard the shots, he immediately knew that it was coming from inside the building. Now, Coronado was saying that he was calling out that he thought the shooter was in the building over here, right? Right?
I don't think he heard anything there.
Well, what I'm saying is, and this is my question, Coronado is calling out on the radio, meaning Coronado knows that this guy has gone in the building. Here.
I don't think so.
Well, he says, I think he went in the building. Coronado says, right? Okay. So, you see, having that knowledge as you're coming around and then you hear the shots, well, of course you know that it's in the building because you knew that he was gotten in the building over here. Did Adrian have that knowledge?
No.
Right. So, going back to when Adrian, when we know, the only evidence that we know based upon what we have, that he knew that the shooter was inside of the building was when?
When the bullets were coming out the east side of the window.
Right. So it's the sound of the gunfire plus the bullet exiting the window told Adrian he's inside the building.
Right.
Now, from your review, after that point, when he saw the bullet come out of the window, what did he do after he saw that?
By then Paige was there and they were already moving ahead. In fact, when you see Coronado running and saying, oh, get in the building, you don't see them by the car anymore. They've already moved towards the door.
Right. And so what the prosecutor has done is he has tried to judge Adrian's actions by...
Objection to what the prosecutor's done, Your Honor. It's not relevant.
Well, then I'll say on cross-examination.
All right, I'll rule the objection. Go ahead.
On cross-examination, the prosecutor asks you the question as if Coronado, knowing that it was inside the building, somehow suggested that Adrian should based on hearing the shots alone. Right?
Right.
But Coronado didn't just hear the shots alone. He was on the west side watching the guy, it having like somebody with line of sight to the shooter, knowing that he went in the building.
Well, yes, sir. What I do know, if I might say, because from watching the video, when Coronado passed that gate by the west door, the shooter had already been in the building for 6 seconds.
And I guess the idea is, in Coronado knew that because that's why he's running around the building. He thinks the guy's cutting through the building to get to the other side, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So Coronado knows that he's in the building. So when he goes around and figures out he didn't come out the other side and hears the shots, he knows that the guy's inside the building shooting, right?
Well, he's no longer running through.
No longer running through. But Adrian doesn't have any of that knowledge from where he is.
Correct.
Okay. You know, as far as Melody Flores testified to this jury that she told Adrian that the shooter's on the south side, that the shooter's on the west side, that the shooter was going into the south side of the building, and that the shooter had gone into the south side of the building. Okay. So all of those different things. Ultimately, Adrian in his interview had gotten to the right point, right? He had gotten to, okay, west side teacher's parking lot, and he called it out, and you heard him call it out on the radio.
Yes.
All right. But it's just kind of like what the prosecutor said about Adrian saying to the ranger that he saw a lady in peach or orange. Did Adrian say to the ranger, I saw a lady in peach or orange and thought that lady was the one trying to shoot up the school?
No, he didn't say that.
Right. How did he describe what he thought at the time was happening?
He said someone running away from the school wearing a peach shirt.
And then, once he found out what occurred, once he found out that it was a lady, he's having the interview after he knows that it in fact was not the shooter.
Correct.
Okay. So he's describing now he knows it's a lady. But to suggest that that's what he thought at the time, there's no evidence that you've seen in your investigation that suggests that.
No.
Okay. In the same way, at the time he's doing the interview the day after, he now knows where the location of the shooter was, and that's what he communicated to the ranger.
Yes.
But that's not saying what Melody was saying at the time that this was happening, because she testified she was saying all kinds of different directions.
I just, like I said before, I don't want to disparage Ms. Flores. I understand it was a very traumatic event, but I have a hard time believing that she was very clear and concise with her information because of just both interviews and the testimony. She eventually got to the pertinent information, but it's hard to discern what was said in between.
Right, and she said herself, I mean, she told us herself that she did say things that were different. Like, for instance, she said the shooter had a pistol.
Right.
And that was clearly not the case.
Correct.
Okay, but, I mean, he didn't even have one on it.
No.
So, as far as with Melody, in the after-action report, I now know it's a woman. I now know that this is the direction that she was talking about. And so he's speaking to the ranger in those terms. Right? Okay. But at the time it's happening, he obviously didn't know this was a woman running towards the school.
No, once you analyze everything that was said at the end, then you can kind of figure out the actual timeline and the progress of how it started. But Adrian was speaking in general terms. It seemed, and he eventually said, well, I didn't know it was a woman at the time.
And I guess, is that what you meant when you answered? It's not as clear cut as the prosecutor's trying to make it.
Correct.
Pass it.
Yes, as to Melody Flores, you said it was complicated what she was saying.
That's what it appeared, yes, sir.
She said, he's over there. Is that complicated?
No, not those words, no.
He's wearing black. Is that complicated?
Not those words.
He's at the teacher's parking lot. Is that complicated?
Not those words, no, sir.
And when she pointed, is there anything complicated about where you point?
That's what she said she did. I don't know if that happened, to tell you the truth.
And the only other, you don't believe she pointed?
No, I wouldn't know. I mean, it sounds like that would go really well along with I told him he was over there, so.
And with what Adrian Gonzales told the Texas Rangers, that when she pointed, that's when I heard the shots.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So you'd like to withdraw that last statement?
I object to that. He doesn't have to withdraw anything.
Sustained.
So those are the three things that she testified she was telling Adrian Gonzales. The idea about him going in the south building, she didn't testify she told Adrian Gonzales that, did she?
That he was going into the south
door.
South door. Ask that again, I'm sorry, sir.
She didn't testify that she told Adrian Gonzales he's going in the south door, did she?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
The only other thing that she testified she said is, repeatedly, we got to get in there.
That's what she said.
What does that say to you as a police officer if you're hearing shots going off and a witness is saying where somebody is and saying we got to get in there? What does that say to you as a police officer?
Well, it says to me that a witness doesn't really dictate what I do next. She doesn't know my job. I get what she's trying to convey, but I don't go based on someone I don't know as an order, or this is your suggestion for the situation that you're experiencing. That's what I would do.
You would not consider her information?
I didn't say that, sir.
I just have one other area. Did you listen to all of the testimony?
Of hers?
No, in the courtroom. You said that you were in the courtroom and listened to some of the testimony.
When I was here, I did, and then I watched the live stream when I was not present, yes, sir. And as much as I could.
Do you agree with me, the testimony is the shot came out, the only shot that came out this east side was out this window?
Yes, sir.
Would you also agree with me that we spent a lot of time talking about all of the children were lined up in this corner?
Yes, sir.
Because that's where all the blood is.
Okay, yes, sir.
So that's where all the shots are going. You would agree he was there to shoot children?
Yes.
And you'll agree there was no blood over here, where this window was?
That I don't know, sir.
You didn't see the photographs?
No.
Well, the jury will have to remember that.
Yeah.
Okay. You heard Arnulfo Reyes say that when he first got up, he's the first guy shot, correct?
Officer Reyes.
Arnulfo Reyes, I probably said that wrong, sorry.
That he said what, sir?
Arnulfo Reyes was in 111.
Correct.
He said the killed kids, he had all come to this corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he got up and went around the desk toward the window side. You remember him saying that?
I don't, no, sir.
Do you remember him saying that as soon as the gunman came in, he shot him?
No, I don't remember him saying that.
You don't remember Arnulfo Reyes saying he shot him?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And there's one single shot that comes out this window, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only human being between the doorway and the window, that would be Arnulfo Reyes.
If that's what you say, sir.
Okay. Does that help you any as to when the shot came out 111?
No, sir.
If it was one of the first shots to come out 111, from the testimony, we know there's 60 shots in 111 and 112 before Adrian Gonzales gets in there.
Yes, sir.
If it is one of the first shots, because certainly he's not shooting at children, right?
Yes, sir.
Then we're talking about...
we would assume, I don't know, just either that or it's a very bad miss.
Okay. So, if this shot is early on toward a teacher, you would agree for the next 60 shots, at least, Adrian Gonzales is still standing at the south end.
That's what you're saying, yes, sir.
Knowing a shot has come out of 111. Knowing where the gunman is.
Not exactly, no, sir, but having an idea.
Somewhere close enough to have a shot go through 111.
Correct.
Inside the building.
Not necessarily. I mean, it could have gone through just easily from the other side through a window.
And so at that point, you ask for cover. You call for cover as a police officer.
Yeah.
At that point, a shot coming out of 111, hearing 59 more shots, you call and ask for cover for yourself. That's what you would do.
What I would do?
Yes.
No, sir.
That's what it is.
So, what the prosecutor keeps saying is, if it were the first shot, if it were speculating, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, that's their burden.
Objection beyond.
Well, it's true.
Well, it's a statement the court will give the law to the jury, not the lawyers.
Overruled objection.
So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. So what he's asked you to do is speculate that that shot, if it were the first one, but it also could have been the 60th one.
Correct.
Right, and they have provided nothing that will tell us when that shot came through the window.
Correct.
Okay. So and just as far as what Melody Flores testified, it was on direct examination, yes. She did testify that he got out and she said immediately exactly where it is. But then when Nico cross-examined her, she did have to say, well, yes, I did say some things that were different to the Rangers and to their investigator. And I want to talk about the South. So she also testified that she believed that the shooter went in the south side. She believed that the shooter went into this door here. Now, if you're standing here and you're pointing, does the point cover the south side of the building?
Yes, it does.
That direction. Yes. It also covers the teacher parking lot. But if she's telling him that he is going into the building on the south side, or you, hypothetically, if you're standing there and somebody is telling you that there is a person going inside the building on the south side, which is what she told the Rangers, and you can see that there's not a person going inside the building on the south side, what does it cost an officer or anybody to do?
For one, not believe the information they gave them and go by their own senses of what's going on.
And continue to try to work out what exactly is happening.
Correct.
Okay.
Continue assessing.
So at the time in these situations, you would agree that these situations are messy, they're fluid, they're stressed, there's all of these things. But by the time we get here to court, everything gets packaged in a nice little bow as if that's how it happened.
I'm having a hard time with that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'll pass it with.
As far as stress with gunfire, that's what you talked about, Adrian, was going through the stress of gunfire?
Not just gunfire, just everything. Encountering a person with a weapon, driving fast.
Same kind of stress the teachers would have gone through?
I don't know if it's going to be the same. But I mean, obviously what's going on around them is happening. So I don't know how they might process it. Yes,
and you heard the teachers, and under that stress, followed their training, didn't they?
Yes, sir, I did.
And the children, under that stress, followed their training, didn't they?
Yes.
And Coronado, hearing shots, ran to the gunfire, didn't he?
No, sir.
Just as trained.
He didn't run to the gunfire.
When he was on the southwest side, running to the building and heard the gunfire, he said, "Shots fired, get in the building," and then ran to the
Coronado,
south
sir?
door. Coronado.
On the southwest side?
Yes.
I don't believe he was on the southwest
I
side.
think he meant the southeast.
Southeast, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just.
Southeast side, when he heard the shots, he ran to the building, didn't he?
Yeah, he was running already, yes, sir.
Just as he was trained.
I don't know how he was trained.
Well, you know, active shooter training is throughout the state for all law enforcement now, right? Don't you?
16 hours every 2 years.
Excuse me?
16 hours every 2 years.
So they are trained in that, aren't they?
They've been through training. I wouldn't call it they've been trained.
I asked about training.
Yes, sir.
Asked the witness.
Okay, so Coronado, he's sitting here. Does he hear gunfire?
Yes.
Mendoza, does he hear gunfire?
Yes.
Saucedo, does he hear gunfire?
Yes.
Do they believe it's being fired at him and them?
That's what they're saying.
Right. So no, the gunfire is here on the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does Officer Saucedo say, "I think I see the shooter," or "I think I see him, permission to shoot"?
Yes.
Okay. So not only do they see the gunfire, they actually see the shooter, according to what they said, right?
Yes.
And then Coronado is radioing that he thinks he got in the building while he's on Geraldine Street here.
Right.
Okay. Do they run to the gunfire?
No.
Okay. Because running to the gunfire, no matter what the prosecution says, would be these officers going right to that door, right where they saw him go in.
Correct.
On the west side of the building.
Yes.
Okay. They go around for whatever reasons. They go around, and then by the time he gets here, he realizes OS, basically, like,
That's what he says.
oh, because he knows that this guy didn't come out the building, that he's in there shooting kids. Right?
If I may say, again, from my professional experience, I'm having a hard time wondering why. What they
was non-responsive, Your Honor.
Well, I'll ask him a question.
All right, go ahead.
From your professional experience, what do you take from that?
I get the assessment that he might come back out this way, but I would like to know as a police officer what he's doing inside the school.
Right. So as an officer that apparently Mr. Turner has no problem with his actions, you would agree that he did not accurately perceive and did not go to the gunfire.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
No questions.
Okay, you can have a seat, thank you. Step down. Next one.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay. recess. We're going to go an hour like we talked about. I don't know if they've got it set up for you or not back there. If for some reason they don't and you want to take off and go elsewhere and eat, you're welcome to do so. But if they've got it set up for you back there to eat in the jury room, you're also welcome to do that. We'll be in recess for 1 hour. Will everyone rise to the jury?
Okay, I've got Juan Sanchez, who's our legal expert for the day. We've been watching this testimony with this expert. What do you think about how this is playing out?
I mean, the expert was pretty good at the beginning. I mean, like I said, every time when on direct, experts do really well, explaining about his training, about active shooter training. He did point out the fact that, you know, when he was a SWAT and he dealt with these situations, he was much better equipped than the defendant in this case, Mr. Gonzales, correct? I always get names wrong when I'm talking about cases sometimes. But he was, you know, when they, as a SWAT member, I mean, you got a vest.
You got a rifle.
You got a rifle, and you also have somebody else with you. There's two people, which is totally different than what Mr. Gonzales was dealing with. I mean, he had a handgun, no vest, by himself, dealing with a frantic witness who's trying to tell him to run in the building, which he's got to deal with too. So, I mean, I think their expert was pretty good. I think they were smart to bring an expert to counter the expert that the state brought. And the prosecution actually did a really good job cross-examining him, I thought. They proved their points. The job as a lawyer is to get to your point and not let that witness give further explanations. And that way they have to answer your question whether they like it or not in a way that they know is correct. And then after that, I think the defense did a good job in shoring up, you know, the points that, or countering the points that the prosecution made with their own witness, and they had give further explanations. That's why we always tell witnesses, like, you know, just answer the questions honestly. If you think he's putting you in the corner in a way that you don't want to answer it honestly. Don't worry, we'll take care of the rest. We'll come back and ask you questions to clear things up. So I think both sides did a good job.
Well, and what do you, I mean, because what the prosecution was trying to do was pin him down on basically saying he didn't do anything for 3 minutes.
Exactly. I think that's going to be their whole case, that shots were being fired, a witness was telling him to run into the building, and he sat there for 3 minutes and didn't do anything. And I think the defense is going to say, well, he wasn't just sitting there not doing anything. He was assessing the situation, waiting for backup, dealing with this witness, and eventually he did go to where he needed to go. But those 3 minutes were not just him sitting there smoking a cigarette.
Right, and that makes it difficult for the jury, right?
Correct. I mean, I could see. Then the jury's going to have to look at that and say, you know, do we have a doubt? Do we think he acted correctly? Or, I mean, I think eventually in closing arguments, they're going to say, put yourself in his situation. They didn't bring up the fact, the defense didn't bring up the fact that, you know, he wasn't as equipped as a SWAT officer would be. But those are sometimes strategy decisions. As a lawyer, sometimes you say, well, I'm not going to ask those questions and then let the state follow up on it and maybe do away with the points we want to make. We'll save that for closing arguments. And we'll say, you know, you heard about his training, you heard about how he's equipped to deal with it. He didn't have that. So just because they didn't ask the questions right there during having the witness on the stand doesn't mean they're not going to argue it later.
What'd you make of the defense's contention about Coronado, that he sees the shooter, hears the shots, and then runs around to the other side of the building thinking he's going to run through it? Because they're basically saying, well, Coronado got it wrong, so why are you holding Adrian to this standard?
And I'm sure I mean, that was exactly the point. They're saying, you know, you expect him to run straight into the gunfire, but the one officer that you're putting up as one of your witnesses didn't even do that either. He could have ran straight toward that door, but he went around the other side and shots were being fired. So, you know, you're holding two officers to two different standards, and one's on trial for his liberties.
And the other's not.
And the other one's not. As a matter of fact, he was your witness you put on.
Right. It was interesting because when Coronado testified, the expert I had on that day was basically said, you know, the defense turned Coronado into their witness. Because Coronado was speaking to the chaos, the confusion. You know, shots are being fired. They're trying to make, you know, decisions with a matter of seconds. And
exactly.
And so it really came through just the chaos that was you know, going on there. And this is, to my knowledge, the only time that we've had a school mass shooting that begins with a crash.
Yes. I even asked that before we came in. I was like, I wonder why that crash happened. I mean,
I don't know, and we'll never know because the shooter dies, so we don't know. We do know that there were a lot of bailouts. People apparently would be chased by law enforcement. They would bail out, and so this was a thing at this particular school and so there was some. The defense has tried to argue that there was some sense of, this is just another bailout, right?
Exactly. They didn't think it was going to be a school shooting.
Right. That's kind of been their contention, and it is a difficult one because you just don't know where the jury will ultimately fall. If you're the defense, where do you go next?
I mean, I think about resting. I think they made the points they need to make. I mean, I don't know what else they have in their bag. But I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing to rest at this point and then argue to the jury all the points you made. I think they at least they could argue a lot of reasonable doubt, and they could argue that again that other officers around the scene acted differently also, or acted maybe in a way worse than what they're trying to say he acted in.
Right.
I mean, I don't think you need to put Mr. Gonzales on the stand at all. I mean, who knows how he would testify anyway. Some people get nervous. Some people don't testify well in front of other people. But just looking at what I've seen so far, I would rest and then argue to the jury.
Right. Mm-hmm. And the jury's, even though they've had a 3-day weekend, they're probably tired. I mean, this has been a long trial.
And that's an assessment as defense lawyers because we always go second. So the state can take, they can put on 50 witnesses, and we might have 50 witnesses too, but then we have to start paring them down. We're like, a lot of it's going to be repetitive. We're looking at the jury, they're tired. So that's an assessment you make as a defense lawyer. It's like, do we really need to beat down this jury anymore? I mean, maybe if it's going your way, you think, why provide the state another opportunity to represent their case,
right.
Through your witnesses? So that I'm sure that's probably something they're thinking about right now. Even though they took a break. They could come back and say we decided not to call any more witnesses and we're ready to proceed to arguments.
You think if they do that, would we immediately go to arguments, or would they take the night and come back tomorrow?
I mean, some judges are proactive. Like they'll say, hey, how many witnesses do you think you're going to have? How far do you think we're going to go? We have the weekend. Why don't Monday? I know it's a holiday, but why don't you all try to get together and work on the jury charge and have it ready, so we don't have to waste time with this jury anymore. Or the judge could say, okay, you've rested. State, are you going to call any rebuttal witnesses? If you're not, why don't we send the jury home for the day, and we'll stick around here and work on the jury charge, which could take a couple hours. It's got to be typed up. Both sides got to look at it, see if there's any objections, and then settle that and say, we'll come in fresh tomorrow morning and do arguments. Because also, judges sometimes don't want to argue late in the day. Do arguments at 3 o'clock, and then have them start deliberations at 4 o'clock, and then they're going to leave for the night, unless they're sequestered.
You think he would sequester them?
I mean,
that's a very unusual thing.
The defense could ask for that.
Yeah, I mean, the only time I'm trying to think, they did it during Geiger on. I don't think it was on guilt innocence. I think it was on punishment. I'm trying to remember. I know there was some they did sequester the jury at one point, and I feel like it was during the sentencing now, but
and there's that
it's pretty rare.
But when there's a lot of media attention, sometimes the defense wants them to be sequestered. And I think the judge's got to do it if they request it.
Given the nature of this case. Oh, okay. I'm trying to. I'm looking here. I'm looking back on the coverage we did of the trial of Geiger, because I'm trying to remember at what point they did do the sequestration. This is what happens when you. Wait a minute. We might have done it the whole trial. I covered that trial, and now I'm trying to remember. Anything else that stuck out for you during this morning's what we heard?
Not necessarily. It seems like a pretty straightforward trial. I mean, I think I see what the state's case and their arguments are going to be. The defense's arguments are going to be. getting back to the scheduling, I mean, I think the judge is taking into consideration, he doesn't want them sequestered. They don't like sequestering juries, so if they think they can just do arguments in the morning and they may have a verdict that day, it'll avoid that problem, especially since they're not even going to the jury for punishment if there is a conviction. It would go to the judge anyways, so that might be a consideration from the court. But of course, we're just speaking without knowing if they're going to call any more witnesses. I mean, who knows? They might have, they thought they'd have a day and a half. I mean, who knows?
And the consensus seems to be that they're not going to, I mean, we don't know exactly, but the consensus is they probably will not put Adrian Gonzales on the stand.
It would surprise me if they did. I don't think it's necessary, especially since they already heard from him in the video statement.
Yeah, it's difficult. I was trying to find the thing about the sequestration during Geiger's trial. For the life of me, that was 5 years ago. No, it was September of 2019, so more than 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember what, because there was some sequestration during that trial, but it's so rare.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're reluctant to do it because you got to put them up in hotels.
Exactly. You got to take their phones away.
It's all the things.
Television. You got to get the sheriffs to take them out there and bring them back. They don't like doing it, but it happens.
Now, in this particular case, he is elected to have the judge do the sentencing if he's convicted.
Yes.
What do you make of that decision?
I mean, that's a strategy decision, I think. Obviously, I don't think he has a record, right?
Right.
So
no. So that
doesn't really stand out. I mean, I've done both. I've elected to go to the judge or elected to go to the jury.
And I guess you kind of figure if he's convicted, then the jury's already kind of got an issue with him. So
exactly.
You're better off to let the judge make that decision at that point. That makes sense to me. Okay, folks, we are also going to take a lunch break. We'll be back. We'll shoot for about 12:45 or so, 10 till. The judge is telling them to be back around 1. So we'll be back and we'll talk some more, and then we will see what happens this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter, joined this afternoon by Juan Sanchez, who is our legal expert for the day. Juan, you and I were talking this while we were having lunch, that from your perspective that it seems like the right thing to do would be to rest.
Yes, I mean, I expect that to happen, actually, especially since they put on their summary witness on right before lunch. That's usually a witness that's called to testify, to summarize all the testimony that you present yourself. And so once they called him, I was like, oh, there's a good chance they could rest. I mean, that could happen. That could happen. I would do that at this point.
You would say jury's had enough, and
yes. I mean, it's been a long trial. You made your points that you wanted to during the state's case. You put on a witness that's, gives your point of view as to what an officer would do. So why present any more witnesses? Unless you had something earth-shattering, if it's just somebody who's going to repeat a lot of the things they've already heard, why put the jury through that? And if they're on your side, why alienate them by calling more witnesses?
Right, and for those of you that are just joining us, the person that was on the stand right before we went to lunch was Willie Cantu. He's a retired San Antonio Police Department SWAT officer, and he was testifying about his training and what Adrian Gonzales should and could have done, that kind of thing, and giving his expert opinion on
Correct.
it. That was the gist of it.
Correct.
And then the prosecution had rested this morning around 9:30 or 10, and they had finished up with a witness who was on the stand on Friday, which was kind of a surprise because we really thought the prosecution was going to rest on Friday, and then that didn't happen. So would you expect, let's assume they rest, you mentioned to us that the prosecution called rebuttal witnesses. What's the likelihood of that?
I mean, it doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. I mean, they have the right to call rebuttal witnesses. Once you put on your expert, they can even call their expert back on. I don't think that's going to happen. I'd be surprised if it does. But they have a right to do it, and it happens sometimes. I foresee, if they rest, that the judge could go right into closing arguments today. If they were working hard over the weekend, he might have told both sides, hey, if you think we're going to rest around midday, why don't we go ahead and work on the jury charge? That way, when both sides decide they're not going to call any more witnesses, we can just go ahead and do closing arguments and let the jury, give the case to the jury to deliberate.
You think the jury charge has already been done?
I mean, it could be. I mean, a lot. In my experience on big cases like this, most judges will say, why don't we start working on it now? Or sometimes the judge themselves already have one prepared that includes all the issues they think both sides are going to want. And then they'll email it even during testimony. You'll get an email from the judge saying, look, this is my proposed jury charge. What do you think? Are there any additions you think we need to make? Is there anything you object to? And usually that's done during the jury charge meeting, and then you put it all on the record to make sure, let usually the defense to, lodge their objections or what additions they want, and same for the state. And then he'll rule, and he'll like, this is what the charge is going to be. Go ahead and do closing arguments. Let's let the jury decide this case.
So if they rest right after lunch, you think we could go straight to closing arguments?
It could happen. It could happen. Now, sometimes the judge hasn't done that ahead of time, hasn't had the jury conference, and he'll say, you know what, both sides have rested, let's send the jury home, we'll have the jury charge, start fresh in the morning with closing arguments, that way the jury has all day to deliberate.
I don't know, it'd be interesting to see, because this judge is definitely motivated to finish that, and he certainly showed that to us this morning.
And they're gauging the jury too. They want, if they're looking tired, he might want to go just straight into closing arguments.
Right, and then just the fact that he, started early at 8:30 this morning, and then he said, "Hey, we're going to go till 5:30." So, and then this morning we had this thing where Nico LaHood was basically telling Nico to wrap it up, and Nico's like, "Well, I need 7 minutes," which is a very precise number.
Exactly.
And the judge was like, "Well, wrap it up." And told the witness, if you could answer yes or no, answer yes or no, and if you need to expound upon it, make it short.
Yeah, judge wants to finish this, and of course we're not privy to a lot of the in-chamber conversations maybe they've had judges like to do a lot of scheduling during those in-chamber conversations. Like they'll gauge from the attorneys, like, look, you don't have to tell me what you're doing, but like, how many witnesses do you think you're going to call? How about state? Do you think you're going to call rebuttal? And nobody's ever really committed to the answers they give, but they want to get an idea, like, where are we? You think we're going to finish today? You think we can finish tomorrow? If that's the case, if you think you're going to rest, let's see if we can get the jury charge ready. I mean, that happens a lot, and we, of course, we don't get to see that. But a lot of times I've already told the judge what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we don't know if they've done the jury charge already or not.
Yeah.
You think he would have basically had them do that over the weekend?
I mean, that's usually the way it works. And I don't think there's a lot of complicated issues on this case where you would need a long jury charge or a long meeting or hearing about it.
Really? Why do you say that?
I mean, there's no, like, usually those the jury charges that have complicated issues are like complicated law, or you have defenses that you have to include in the jury charge, like self-defense or justification, things like that. This is just kind of a straightforward jury charge. Like, do you think he acted in a way that put the children in danger under the law or not? I mean, that's really what's going to come down to.
Well, and this is the first time that a police officer has been tried under this statute in this way.
Yeah, it's unique. It's unique. As when I heard about this trial, I had never heard of one like this. I even looked at some research to see if I'd seen one before, and I couldn't find anything.
No, and the only other case similar to it was out in Florida with the police officer who was charged in the Parkland case.
Oh, yes.
He was the sheriff's deputy that was assigned to that school, and he was ultimately found not guilty.
Yeah.
So,
usually the statute is used for caretakers, parents, people who are in charge of taking care of children like immediately. That's usually what these statutes are meant for. But I guess they could still use them in situations like this.
what do you make of them having used the statute in this way?
It's very interesting. I mean, I think there was maybe some political pressure in the community to hold somebody accountable for this tragedy, and this is the closest thing they could get.
Well, and what happened here was, I've talked about this, is that what happened here was egregious in terms of law enforcement response. So it's not, there's no way you can defend it.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's a hard one. There's the former school chief, Pete Arredondo, has also been indicted. But his situation to me is different because he's arriving, he's the chief, he's the incident commander during this long stretch of time when they're trying to decide what to do. And I've listened, and I still struggle with it because I've listened to those body cams, and for the life of me, I'll never understand why they decided that they had a barricaded person on their hands. Like you listen to them and you just go, okay, guys, you have an active shooter. Why aren't you finish going down the hall and go get him? I don't understand, but for reasons that really don't make any sense to me, you see, and one of the things you do see on the body cam is you see, after other officers arrive, Adrian Gonzales is one of the officers that makes entry into the school with Coronado and Pete Arredondo, and you see Gonzales walk down, with other officers, going down the hallway, and then they come under fire. Do you think that for the jury, the fact that he did make entry into the school ultimately will have some impact?
I think it should have some impact because, again, they're trying to make it sound like he sat in this area for 3 minutes and never did anything, but he did do something eventually. I mean, that's got to count for something. So I think that's going to be impactful, especially when some of the other officers who were there too never did that. So they can argue he did more than a lot of the officers who were at the scene, and I can't believe you're prosecuting him.
Right. Yeah, and some of the stuff that we've seen and heard, it is really hard to understand, and some of this I think is a function of the extraordinary nature of just the way this started, with this crash, and the confusion that surrounded it. But once he gets in the school and once they've realized what they have, that's where I really struggle with, well, there's no good answers for why it took them so long. Do you think, I was kind of asking, like, what else, because some of the other issues that have arisen during this trial is that the exterior door was locked, and the door to 111 was apparently had an issue with it latching properly, and so, but there was a culture at this school teachers were being given magnets to defeat locks.
Oh.
Now that was not the case on 111. Like I said, there was an issue with it latching. But do you think any of that will play in for the jury?
I mean, I'm not sure if that will. I'm not sure. I think you're just going to look at the defendant and his actions, really, and what. I think the job of the defense is going to have to be to tell the jury the story from his point, from Mr. Gonzales' point of view. They're going to ask him, step in the his shoes. Like, what would you, if you were in that position and there was somebody with superior firepower on the other side of that wall, like what steps would you take to protect those children and also protect yourself? I think they're gonna ask him, to put themselves in the position, and they're gonna juxtapose his actions with the actions of the other officers that were there. I think that's the biggest thing they have in the case is, you have all these law enforcement officers who are at the scene, and others take even less action than he did.
Right.
And they were better prepared.
Yeah, and then you also have the issue of that, he also helps rescue some of the children. It's at one point, they start breaking windows and pulling children out. So the idea that he did nothing,
Exactly.
I think. Oh, I know what I was going to say.
He didn't run away.
No, he didn't run away. I think the defense's contention throughout this trial has been that he arrives. There's chaos and confusion. He drives up. He encounters Melody Flores. She's frantic, hysterical, all the things, right? Because she has seen this gunman, and she thinks she's been shot, but she's not been shot. I can just imagine what's going on in her mind. And just, they're basically saying, look, he's trying to process what's happening. He's hearing gunfire. He doesn't exactly know where it's coming from because he's on the south side. The gunman's gotten onto the west side. And so it seems like the contention is going to be that, the prosecution's trying to say he did nothing, but he did do something.
Exactly.
Maybe you don't like what he did. Maybe you think he should have done more, but is that criminal?
Exactly, and I think that's why they brought that expert witness too, to talk about how you have to assess the situation before you act. You can't just because a witness tells you to run into the school doesn't mean you're going to have to do that. You have to do it the right way, and I think that's how they're going to say if there was 3 minutes of him standing in a certain spot, it's because he was still assessing the situation. You need to figure out where the person was, where the shots were coming from, what's the best way to enter. You can't just run in.
Right. Well, and the other thing that
without having a plan.
Right.
Put it that way.
Well, can we bring up the shot, guys? Because I'm seeing. Here we go. We got audio back in the courtroom.
Please be seated in the courtroom. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense rests.
Stay in the rebuttal.
We have just a stipulation between the parties. The stipulation is that we have gone back and reviewed, and it was Daniel Coronado who said that at the time Mendoza and Salcedo drove up, it was his voice that was on the radio. And while they had similar voices, he identified that it was his voice on the radio that said, "Shots fired, take cover." So we were stipulating that it was Daniel Coronado, not Adrian Gonzales, who made that dispatch around the 11:32:30 mark.
And that was the point of contention, so we agree with that, Judge.
Okay, so it's stipulated, ladies and gentlemen. Members of the jury, as you just heard, both sides have rested and closed the case. That means you've heard all of the evidence in the case. It's now my job, along with the lawyers, to prepare the charge of the court, which you may anticipate will be a fairly lengthy document, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get it ready. So rather than have you waiting around for us to get that document and arguing
reading the charge and arguing late in the day. I'm going to excuse you, and we will resume tomorrow with that charge ready to be read, and it'll be immediately followed by the arguments of counsel, and then we will ask you to deliberate on the case. So my instructions are still in effect. Please follow them, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Just in case there's anything carrying over on the charge, let's make it 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll see you then. Would everyone rise for the jury?
I almost stood up myself.
Okay, well.
All right. Well, that's what I thought.
You called it.
Yes. If, like I said, if they would have worked on the charge, maybe they still wouldn't have argued today, just because as a defense lawyer, I would be like, I don't want to argue late in the day. Give them 1 hour to deliberate and then go home. I'd rather have them fresh, ready to listen to us, and also give us more time to prepare for closing arguments.
Well,
Yeah.
so if you were constructing, let's kind of do the run through. If you're constructing the defense's closing argument, what are you going to say?
Well, there's a lot. I mean, usually I ask for this trial was how long? 2 weeks? 2.5 weeks?
We had, it's a little over 2 weeks.
So I wonder if he's probably going to give them at least an hour each side, maybe more. Depends. The longer the trial, the more time you get to argue, because there's a lot of things you want to cover. But I going back again, just on what I've seen of the trial so far. Oh.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
we were, for a moment there, we
All
were
right.
hearing audio in the courtroom, and so we try really hard not to stomp on audio coming out of the courtroom. So, defense.
I mean, you have to talk about the law. First of all, both sides are going to talk about the law to start with. Usually what they do is they come up and they'll say, "Thank you for your time. You didn't have a choice whether to be here or not. You were ordered to be here as a juror, and you at least when I looked over, you were paying attention. Trying to get some points with the jury, and then go right into the law and how it applies to this case, and talk about how the actions that Mr. Gonzales did take." And try to anticipate, because usually what happens is the state will waive the right to open, because they have a right to open up arguments and close arguments. They can sandwich you in between. Since they have the burden, they have a right to go first and last. But a lot of times what they'll do is they'll waive their right to open, and then the defense gets to go first. And so you want to anticipate whatever arguments they're going to make. So they can say, I anticipate that the state's going to get up here and say this, this, and this.
Right.
And so I want you to remember, though, because I'm not going to be able to get back up here and be able to argue anymore after this. So I want you to remember, when they say this, remember this. Remember, when they say he didn't do anything, remember that he did. Remember that he did eventually go inside. They're going to get you, they're going to try to get you to focus on these, what they say is 3 minutes where he stood in one place. But you heard from our expert, and the expert says it's not that easy. It's not just that he sat there and smoked a cigarette. It's that he was assessing the situation, waiting for backup, trying to figure out where the shooter was and where the shots were coming from. It was an assessment period when he was standing there. It wasn't the fact that he didn't care. And the way you know that he did care was because eventually he did go inside. He did act in a way to protect those children and present the case that way from his point of view, and also talk about the fact that he was charged when many other people could have been charged too that did much less than him, and they're just trying to make him the scapegoat for a terrible event that happened. And it's not right that this one man be criminally charged and his liberties put at stake when he did more than a lot of the other law enforcement officers that showed up to the scene.
And if you're the prosecution?
Prosecutors are going to say they're going to harp on his duty. They're going to build up law enforcement and the power that they have to stop these kinds of tragedies. They're going to say, he's a sworn peace officer. He knew what kind of job he was getting into. This is what he received training for, and this was the time that he was supposed to show his training and protect the people that he swore he was going to do, and he failed. And because he failed to act, look at the destruction that happened. We're not saying that he's responsible for it, but he could have mitigated it. He may have been able to stop it, and he didn't do it. And that's all we're asking you to do, is to hold him accountable for what he didn't do.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see how it turns out, and certainly it gives us some indication. Well, we've gotten in some ways we'll see what happens when Pete Arredondo goes on trial next.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, folks. Well, thank you for joining. Again, thank you, Juan Sanchez, for joining us today. Well, you know, and this whole trial has been difficult to assess, like how long they were going to go. At one point, we were hearing the defense might go a day and a half, and obviously that did not happen. But we will be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. and you know we'll be waiting to see what the jury charge looks like and what they say in their we've heard what you think is going to be in there. And so if you guys want to go back and watch any of the proceedings or analysis, you can go to our YouTube page. You can go to our Plus page. And anyway, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow at about 8:30 a.m.